yo, yo. What up, what up, what up? What's up, Mr. Jackson? Mr. Collins. C. Rich. What's happening, fam? William McDaniel, what's up, bro? Ryan King, James Jones, Dreadlock, Knucklehead, 614. Mike Lee, what's up, baby? Twin 2 in the house, what's up? It's Friday. That means it's the weekend. Not a weekday, but a weekend. Gotta check them dogs out, boys, ladies. Did you feed them? Did you give them some fresh water? Did you clean up that shit? Tell the truth. Did you check their chains? Check them collars? Check that anchor? Check them cage doors. If you did all that, and your yard is safe, then you had a good week, gentlemen. What's up? Hey, what's up, fellas? It's Friday. I'm here to kick it with y'all today, fellas. Yeah, I'm gonna be on some of that shit today, fellas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'd like to say thank y'all for coming out there. For all you people chiming in, even after the show, let me say thank you for showing up. I hope everybody had a good week. I did. Considering I didn't get sick, didn't get tired. Ready to do some dogs. Talk about them at least. Make sure everybody else is on the same path that I'm on. At least the same trail. That's why we're talking about it today. You know, I've been doing some research and observing the room. And it seems like every time we start tagging down in them pedigrees and start talking about them great ones, get real quiet in here. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I know I ain't trying to put nobody out there on blast or nothing. You know, when we be talking about, you know, what y'all holding in your yard, what y'all feeding, it's not like, you know, y'all spreading any bad news. We be doing it just checking to say, hey, look, a lot of you guys been out here breeding. We hear it all the time. You know, and it's hard. A lot of you guys are trying to do things like breeding dogs before they're checked. You know what I'm saying? Because you're breeding with papers, and some of these guys is getting some of those offsprings and not being too happy with them. And by the time they're 2 years old, their daddy or their mama didn't quit. Now you're mad. You know, the papers look good, true enough. But see, the mistake was made not when the breeding was made, but before the situation had been checked. Got to check your stuff, fellas. There's too many of y'all sitting back there flinging papers all over the place. You know, taking camera shots of pre-poses and, you know, the miraculous athletic dogs and stuff that you got there make you real happy with what you got on your yard. I think I clearly understand where y'all coming from. You know, there's some of y'all, that's good enough. You know, you slam a pretty picture of him looking all good and show a short video of him working out. You know, then next thing you know, there's a link there to show you how he bred. That's good. My question is this, though. This is what the show's about. What do you do when it really boils down to, this is for the guys who's really trying to be the ones that's really trying to move the true American pit bull terrier to the next level, at least back to a sustainable level, by doing what was necessary to put the dogs in the place that they are in history now. You know what I mean? There's guys out here who really want to, you know, outside of all the backlash and all that, we still have a historical venture in the dog game. It's literally dying but not dead. And I say that, saying this, that it's not about we're condoning dog fighting, okay? It's not like we're promoting dog fighting. I had not one time said anything about dog fighting. Okay, so let's get that out there in the open as my disclaimer. When I start digging into there's other things that our dogs have that they can do to prove that they are standards of what is meant to be that of the American Pit Bull Terrier. If y'all get where I'm coming from. Now, you already know I walk the line because I can walk the line and tell you what I did. You know, doesn't mean this is what everybody else is doing. My days are done and over with. So when I speak out and say these things about what I do and what I did, okay, remember, these are things of the past, too far back. There ain't nobody even out there in the listening world, even the popos sitting there watching the show, can dig that far back to even for it to make a difference. So since it's long gone and gone, then we'll tell y'all so y'all can feel a little bit comfortable about the things that's coming out my mouth. Because it will all be based on what I did. My way of thinking, and my frame of mind. So y'all can probably pick up these things from my time and my mind frame to kind of carry it to yours. And understand where I'm coming from without me putting anybody on blast or bringing anything out that may be considered, you know, on the point of being considered dog fighting, when not one time will you hear me say dog fighting about anything in 2022. I can tell you about dog fighting back then 20, 30 years ago. I'm going to talk about shit that went on 20, 30 years ago and make damn sure that y'all touch every line in there for those who really want to move forward. All right? Now, this is the story. All right? You walk back there one day and you made a real bad mistake. You know, you raising that boy and he's looking all good and his diaper's looking all thick and he's getting around that age. You know, for a competitive person as myself on my yard, and when we start talking about going hard kennels, we're talking about, if you didn't see the first video, go back to the first video. Because there's a lot of you new guys that don't know nothing about going hard kennels. You don't know nothing about Twin 1 or Twin 2, but there's a whole bunch of videos back there for you new people that can go back there and check out the dogs and check out our, you know, what we talked about what we did back then. I'm not a, you know, you come to the show, but do you know the person in the show? You know, I just want to make sure we got a lot of long timers that's been with me from day one. But as the numbers start to grow, there's a lot of people that, you know, they really don't know going hard kennels. Okay, so I'm gonna just venture down in this story to talking today about, you know, starting over. You know, I'm starting over. 20 years ago, I started over. All right, 20 years. Now, say when I started over, what was my mind frame and what was I thinking? You know, still had a few dogs. You know, but I wasn't active enough. You know, I wanted to get a more mirage, because remember, I got out in 2004. You know, I tried to come back in 2006. By 2008, I was back out. They took all those dogs that I was coming of age that I worked so hard for in that short period of time and took off with them. But I remember I was starting over. Okay? Starting over. That's why it's important to understand when I first started with those damn with snooty dogs, Judo and Mikey. Yeah, I wasn't into a bloodline because I hadn't had one yet. Okay, I didn't have one. I didn't have a line to work with, but I was active. And I was more happy doing the active stuff until I ran out of the active stuff. I had to start breeding my own. Just so happened that the Amber bitch came along. And she was probably the most standard dog outside of Goldie, my Jeep bitch. I had a triple bred daughter off of Jeep who hadn't had no puppies through this whole array. Still being active, still having fun, but didn't have a line to even work with. Yeah, we could have said Judo could have been one, but Judo got stolen. You know what I mean? We had a couple of them out there that they were all right. Mikey, he was one of the dogs got stolen. You know, they kept hitting my match dogs, okay? So I got down to a point now, either I got to start being a breeder, or I'm going to have to start going out here finding some more of these dogs to raise, you know, to raise and have and watch them grow up again. That was taking too long. So when we got Amber, it was a blessing that when we betted the Ace, that I figured, you know, I'm going to have to wait. But while I was waiting, I started really paying a lot more attention to Amber and her breedings. Okay? And that's where I was able to go back out there and start picking up like Yellow Apache coming down through there. You know, picking her up into the crosswind. You know? 2 bitches. Then I ran across Pretty Mama. You know, old bitch. But now I got a litter. On the ground, I have Red Ace in them. Red Ace was one of the only dogs at the time outside of Amber, you know, that was really on the yard. You know, we had Mikey and we had Judo, but prior to those puppies being born, they was gone. So when those puppies hit the ground, Amber was not there. She was up in Buffalo. When I went up to Buffalo, I picked up Amber and those puppies. And then I distributed them out. Now, all I have right now, I had a male, her brother, and I had her. And I had Amber. Only 3 dogs, fellas. For dog men, women. And now I got to build from that. But remember, guys, I had too much fun doing the dogs. So just imagine what it had to do when I had to start waking up every day, feeding these puppies. And watching these puppies grow up. Not really having nothing to do but work with these puppies. You know? Oh, I mean, Amber was getting old by then because we made several breedings with her. I bred her to Apache. That's how I met, you know, Mayday and them, remember? So we did make a couple breedings with her, just didn't have I didn't have no luck. So when I bred to Apache and had an opportunity to see, you know, Mayday, you know, I'm still sitting on Red Ace and her brother. Her brother was a people biter, so I didn't want to get rid of him, but he needed to go somewhere outside of the dog world as he was growing up, and he needed to be on my yard, you know. And so I didn't really like the dog, that, you know, the biting people kind of stuff, so I gave him to a friend. And that friend promised me he would never sell him, he would never get rid of him. If something happened to him, he would make sure I got him back. That is part to that story that did come to an ending. But just the fact that I still only had Red Ace and her mama, Amber, on the yard. Now, just imagine now if that was you. And this is what you're starting with. This is it. This is what you're starting with. I started with those 2 dogs. And by, I would have to say, 97, 98, I'm back on the road. By 2000, I'm on the farm. Off of just those 2 dogs. 2 dogs. Amber never had another litter. So that would really mean everything that I did was based on one dog. And remember, I bred her to Grand Champion Mayday at the time. He was Champion Mayday at the time. And knew she was a bad chick because, you know, I ran her through my meal. But here's the thing. When I bred her with the full confidence that, you know, one, I had just got down picking up a forfeit going into a 2-time winner that, you know, was going for her tape. And I went after her. And when they seen it was me coming with Ace, little red Ace, they paid the forfeit. Now, keep in mind now, when I was getting ready to do this, I mean, really, 2 days after she came in, she started bleeding. Right after that. And right after that, I went and started getting on, trying to locate where Mayday was. And I said, when this bitch come in heat, I'm going to go breed to Mayday. Now, let's keep in mind, this has not happened yet. So now, y'all, I'm still getting up feeding how many dogs, though? I'm still feeding Amber. And I'm only feeding Red Ace. So that's the only dog that's been getting all my attention for quite some time. You know, I'm trying to get her on. Been to Carolina, had her checked, smashing shit. Came back, trying to get her hooked. Dog went on to pay the forfeit. She went on to make a champion. Okay? Me, I went on ahead and bred the Mayday. Right after that, by the time the puppies were 6 weeks old, I was in a keep headed to Puerto Rico. Came back without her. But I had a litter of puppies. And out of them puppies, there was only 3 of them. A brindle female, a red female, and a red male. All right? I kept the male at home. I sent the 2 females down to Norfolk with my nephew. Because now, remember, 6 weeks, I'm heading to Puerto Rico. I'm in a keep heading to Puerto Rico. So by the time I get back, you know, there's no Red Ace, but there's a little male named Little Buck. Just lost Red Ace, lost in a funny way, you know, came back. Now, Amber, she has a tumor. She's got real bad. Her body started swelling up. I ain't got my 2 puppies. They down there in Virginia. And all I have is just 1 male, straight nutcase. It was brought to my brother, Little Mayday. You know, I was not going to let Little Mayday get away because, you know, he's the male. I really literally let the females go to be raised off my yard so I could concentrate. Like I concentrated on Red Ace, I concentrated on this male. Because, see, I was hunting for a hunt. I wasn't trying to have no pretty pedigree, y'all. I like that thrill smash and shit, and I was hungry for it. And I'm trying to get something to go play with. Okay? So when I come back with little Buck, and I got Little Buck when I was over there from Stone City, now I got 2 males on the yard. Okay? Puppies is now a Little Mayday. He's now 12 months, 13 months old, and this Little Buck dog is still around 10 weeks old. So I got Little Buck and I got Little Mayday. Little Mayday around 12, 13 months old now. So it's time for me to bring them 2 bitches back. They ain't get back quick enough. I asked what happened. The little Brenda female, the little Ace female looked just like Ace, Grand Champion Ace, and she was a tough one. Oh, she was definitely more dominant than Brat was as a puppy. Brat was a nutcase, but she had a sister crazy as her. But for some odd reason, she catches parvo. Now here's some dogs that, you know, they're over a year old. 12, 13 months old. Had shots when they left my yard. I was just surprised that she caught Parvo, and that's where held the trip up. Well, he tried to bring her, Parvo and all, even though he tried to do it, bringing Brat with him. Brat never did get sick. But this little puppy, by the time he got her to me, she was pretty bad. She didn't make it through the night after she made it back up to Ohio. So that was her sister that died. So now I don't have but 3 dogs. Amber was on the way out. During that time, believe me, in that period, Amber had passed. It's the way she passed as a bulldog, and so that left me with those 3 dogs. Now keep in mind, so I got the little buck dog, I got little Mayday. That's it. Amber, she's gone. Then Brat came back. So now I got the 2 males, little Mayday, the little buck dog, and Brat. And now in that process, fellas, as these little young dogs is growing up, I am still all around up in Detroit, all down there in the South, all over there in Buffalo, all down there in my home state. And I'm steady acquiring shit. I started adding to that list. Within 2 months, I got my hands on Pretty Mama. But just before I got my hands on Pretty Mama, when Brat and Little Mayday got back in town, they was together. We just so happened to be messing around one day. We know they were both hot. And we let them go. I'm thinking, 13, 14-month-old puppies, they're going to be all right. Okay? Well, they was all right. They was all right because they was acting like dogs that was 3 years old. And then that process is the way these dogs was hitting each other and the way they was crunching each other. In that little quick instant, we got Brat dangling with a snap leg. And when I say it was snapped, it was snapped. 2 places, just dangling everywhere. Didn't mean shit to Brat. Didn't mean nothing. So now I got to go and get her fixed up. Kennel accident. And then that time of that kennel accident, when I got her hooked up and brought her back home, tell you something. Little Mayday, I had to trade him off to bring Pretty Mama because she was the older dog. So I had to leave one. And I was not going to leave Brat while I'm healing her. So I left him Little Mayday. I'll come back and get him after I get done with Pretty Mama. She's an older dog. And she was of age. And I told him I wanted to take her out. Now that puts us around, by the time Brat got back on her feet, I think I was sitting on them dogs about 6, 7 months. That's putting Brat around 16, 17, about 18 months. Brat was around 18 months, and I got a hook for Mama and Brat. Now keep in mind, guys, the whole time I'm doing this, I ain't looking at no pedigrees. I already knew how Brat was bred. I already knew how Pretty Mama was bred coming off of Whistler. She was just an older dog, and she gave me the confidence if I couldn't do nothing with Brat, she couldn't handle it through a keep because she seemed like she was handling everything through the pre-keep when I was messing around with her and Mama. And I might as well go out and take a shot at it. By the time I let Little Mayday go, we had already looked at him, and we knew all we had to do was just sit on him and let me go play, and I come back. I'm guaranteed with this boy, I'm trying to get these females now because I had one to play with. So around, I'd say about 6, 7 months later, I'm in a keep, and I got 2 dogs going down. And in that process, God, that's when I started thinking about, now I'm looking at what I'm feeding. Again, it got to that one point where now I'm putting dogs together, and guess what? I got the little butt dog. He's starting to grow up. And I got these 2 bitches, and then I got Little Mayday up there in Kalamazoo. The whole time now, I'm not really paying attention to the pedigree. See, what really knocked my head was when I was always felt glad that I had bred Red Ace to Mayday before I took her off and did what I did. Even though the night didn't work out the way it did, it should have, I wish it would have. It worked out to really show me I was on to something. You know, there's a big thing when you see how you lose, and the way you lose. You know, in that situation right there, guys, when I took a look and said, what am I feeding? When I thought about them pedigrees, you know, because a Red Ace did, and I looked back at the yard and checked my value. Because there ain't really nothing left but Little Mayday and Brat. Little Mayday up there in Kalamazoo, and Brat down there with a leg that was questionable. So the only thing I got to play with is this 4-year-old going on 5 years old. By the time she got to her first show, the red boy bitch, pretty mom. But guess what? I still felt good. Do you know why I felt good? Because Brat was a crazy ass little dog. And you know, that was the only thing that she had over Lil Mayday. You know, we had already seen, you know, Lil Mayday at 14 months old go on a dog that, you know, in around a bunch of dogs, man, 14 minutes, and this was a damn good dog. The dog turned out to come out to be a champion. It was one of them Satan dogs. And we seen Lil Mayday put a job on him. Put a job on him, they probably would not sit there and admit a 14-month-old puppy smashed one, a good one. You know what I mean? Gave me all the hope in the world that I might be on to something. And I got this crazy bitch at the home front. You know, we trying to check her, and we can't check her no more than 5, 6, 7 minutes. We start putting her on males. Yeah, we're talking about Brat. So it was no doubt that, hey, what did I have to lose at 18? I'm going out here because I'm not a breeder. I miss playing. I was eager. And when I jumped out there, wasn't another breeding ever done on that yard until I had a champion. I had 2 of them. Not a breeding, not a nothing. Not another dog outside that little buck. Pretty mama and Brat. Little Mayday up in Kalamazoo on a chain. So all my mind was concentrating on was being a hunter. Being a hunter. Now let's go back and say, all right, this is where it came out. Champion the Brat, champion Pretty Mama. Why? Because my mind was never focused on doing any breeding. My mind was focused on hunting. And when I walk out there and I have to rake up dog shit and fed these dogs, I was looking at nothing but my activity as what I'm going to do and what I wanted to do. I didn't want to pick up the pedigrees and look how good these dogs was bred. There wasn't no famous name at the time. I was looking at these dogs and what I was raising. I was looking at these dogs that I was putting my hands on every day. And I seen hope in doing what I chose to want to do. And that was not breed nothing. I wanted to be like McNasty. I wanted to be like the Abrahams. I wanted to be like all my friends. I liked that feeling of winning. I loved it. So I ain't want no more damn dog. I wasn't trying to breed neither one of them dogs. And in the process of doing that, I moved, just before I moved to Florida, I picked up Yellow Apache. I knew about it for years. About a year earlier, the guy wouldn't let her go because I had the little buck dog. The little buck was that yellow buck Miss Nico shit. You see, I was waiting to get her. And when I finally got her, I ran right to Little Buck. When I finally got her, tried to know it wasn't Little Buck, I ran her directly to Little Mayday. So Tamp's Bruiser. Let me see, I'll pull it up before the thing, you know, my mind is flashy right now. But when I got her, I took her and I bred her to Little Mayday. And when she had puppies, she only had 2 puppies because I only had a chance. You know, Little Mayday was already crazy. You know, he didn't really like the breed. You know, it was really a forced breed. I muzzled him up, jacked him up, and put him up in there because he wasn't trying to breed. He was trying to snatch her ass. So, you know, he wasn't into that yet. He wanted to play. He was real badass on the chain. He didn't do no breeding. So we got it off, but she only had 2 pups. She had a male and she had a female. The male was chocolate. I guess that was that bruiser stuff. But just one male, chocolate. And then they had a female. She was more like, like more like Brat and them, but she had a dark black face. Now I'm looking at the yard, I ain't got but these 2 dogs. I pack up, I head to Florida. Now I have Brat, Pretty Mama, Yellow Apache, have Little Mayday, he up north, up in Michigan. And then I said Little Brat, Pretty Mama, Little Mayday up north. And then I had these 2 puppies. And Apache, the mama. I'm down there in Florida, and this is where I pick up my 3rd wins. Once I got to Florida, I got, Brat and Pretty Mama, they're champions. And by the time I got settled in Florida, but I'm just getting in Florida. Okay? Now, at that time, fellas, if y'all look at, if I was to go back to these breedings, and then you say, well, what made you go after the Apache dog? You know, when you already got a bunch of females. Right? I had Little Buck as a puppy, still a young puppy. I had Little Mayday up in Kalamazoo. I wanted that Apache bitch because she was a yellow dog. She was a yellow dog. Her daddy was a son off the yellow. That's why I wanted the Apache dog. But she had this little bottom side to her that matched it up to Little Buck. You know, she had that touch of Payne's nasty in her. And remember now, I'm knowing my pedigrees, guys, but the whole time I'm knowing my pedigrees, guess what I'm looking for out of these dogs? You know, I'm looking at Bruiser, all right? And I'm looking at Bruiser and looking at his pedigree, and I'm getting information, and the only information I was getting from him was from a guy who had the stuff that's named from Competition Kennels. And y'all look up Competition Kennels, y'all will see, Champion Romeo, and you will see, from these talkings that me and him had, you will realize where the Romeo Buck stuff come from with Sarah Kale and how in relationship to Little Buck from Going Hard Kennels. If you go in there and look a little deeper, you will actually see there is a connection. Why? Because this is how I knew about Bruiser and the fact that, in that line, Grand Champion Aces smashed one of them champions off of him. You know what I mean? So when I had a chance to talk with him, because he had Romeo, we became close friends. I was telling him about the Jones City Little Male I got, and the story about how I got him with the Red Ace stuff, because remember, I have Apache. Now, what are you going to do with Apache? Man, I'm going to breed her to this Mayday dog. I got Mayday. I got a son off of Mayday named Little Mayday. And this is why we was flowing. Never once I was like thinking about Little Buck yet, because he was still a puppy. Keep in mind, I'm sitting over here with a champion, the Brat, and a champion, Pretty Mama, with a daughter off of Little Mayday, who's coming of age off of the Apache bitch. When Little Buck come of age, I'm trying to get ready to do him. I bumped him, and then took her down there took Apache down to breed the Mayday, and then come back with Brat. Her and Brat went together. Brat didn't come back. Little Apache came back, but Apache she came back sick too. But she wasn't as sick as Brat. See, I didn't know little Apache was sick. So when she got back, she was 90 days later, she was back in heat. So I took her and I bred her to little Buck, the little Stone City male. You know, just before while all this was going on, that little female that I told you I bred the little Buck, in her first heat, I took that little Buck male and I bred to her. She was still a young dog coming off Apache. Bumped to make sure it was hot because baby was on. Baby wasn't even, not baby, but you know, I still had Brat and I had Mama. Now the Apache bitch, you know, never once, she didn't have no ability, she didn't have talent, but one thing she was game. Remember, I am one of them kind of guys that, you know, I don't sit in there on the yard and talk about my dogs. You know, I'm gonna tell you now. There wasn't a dog on that yard that wasn't always being touched. Sassy, off a little Mayday, I'm always looking at her. I didn't see a little sassy girl on her mama. You know what I mean? So I'm always checking these bitches. You know, one thing I didn't want to do is ever run into, you know, how females act. They're on a good day and they had their off days. You know, I want a crazy dog. I like crazy bitches. You know, just keeping it real. You know, you don't have to have the ability. You just got to show me you game. You know, if you don't have nothing else going for you, you're going to put it out there, then you got to be out there like everybody else. You got to be tested. And that's how it was. So I knew I was on to something because guess what? Every one of them dogs that I was feeding and taking care of is making me proud to get up every morning and make sure I gave them the best care. Because the whole time I'm looking to get rid of something that ain't gonna fit what I'm down on. And see, because you gotta remember something, people. I'm dealing with great legends that, you know, they legendary as hell now. But back then, this was just the concept of what I was soaking in from what they was doing. These dudes was dead serious about all these damn dogs out here in this world of pit bulls. They all will do one thing, most of them in common. And that's their bloodline, they lifeline. That's what make them what they are, and that is, they all fight. Let's get that part clear. You know, we're not even talking about the ones who sit there and take pictures of their dogs and do that. We're talking about this, the bottom line. You know, if your dog has the ability to come over and be a bulldog, then he's doing this the minimum standard of what's expected of a bulldog. See, they have to get me to understand that. Just me sitting up there, you know, wondering, you know, why these guys was teaching me how to put a dog in shape. The way they was teaching me, you know, that concept between do not hold back. Be 100% true to yourself. Bump everybody else. This is your eye. You have to be true to yourself. And I always felt like I was. I never, you know, overlooked something, you know, or let something slide. You know, as I was growing, you know, you would hear some people say, he takes it to the extreme. No, I don't take it to the extreme. I take it as far as I can for free. That's all. I'm doing everything I got to do to see this for free so I don't lose anything. You know, when I'm saying, see something that you don't want to see. You know, I want to see mine before I have to pay for it. And that's what I was stuck on everything that I swear, everything on my life, guys, when it came to me and these damn dogs, I meant that to the utmost. I was not afraid or not ashamed because it's not me down there, it's them. To get and see how far and what my dogs could take. Now, I'm looking at it like, okay, twin, well, what if they already quit? Then what would I have done? See, this is the question y'all need to start asking y'all. You know, you walk on your yard and be for real, and let's say you step into my shoes and now you go walk out on your yard. and you go to this change space to feed him and rake up his shit. And he's sitting over here like 16, 17 months old, looking all pretty, bouncing and hitting the chain every morning. You loving and shit. And you looking at him on from my standpoint. Okay, now I'm standing over your dog, being you, but with my mind frame, and I'm looking at your dog. Because this is what Twin would do when he look at this dog every morning when he feed him. I look at him and I can't wait to put him down. Just being honest with you. I can't wait to check this boy. And when the day comes that I can finally check him, because at the time I didn't really have any males on the yard. So I didn't have any problems. I had, a little but he was running around. You know what I mean? I was putting him out there, and then he turns around and I bring him to the Apache bitch. He catches Bob easier. I don't even catch that until 3 or 4 weeks into the keep that something was wrong. And when I found out what was wrong because of his blood count, that's how I found out that he had babesia. And shortly after that, it wasn't even 7 days later, he died. But one thing for sure, 3 weeks later, I had a litter of puppies. I had bred him to the Sassy girl, and the funny thing about it, when I bred him to the Apache bitch, shortly after that, you know what I'm saying? It was just, no, it was actually really before I bred to the Apache bitch, I had bred him to Sassy. Sassy was 8 months old. 8 months old, and I bred him to her. And why did I do that with that 8-month-old puppy? I saw that little 8-month-old puppy run off the yard when she was running around one day, and she decided to run over there and hit her mama. At 8 months old. No more running around the yard. She was the only, young dog around the yard, but she was a big young dog. And when she ran over there and she hit her mama, I took little Buck, I think he was around 16, 17, 18 months old. I took him in immediately. As soon as that little female came in heat, at 8 months old, I bred her and had a litter of puppies. 6 of them. And before those puppies ever hit the ground, I had lost Apache, Little Sassy's mama, and Lil Buck from babesia. Both of them was gone. So now I don't have nothing but Pretty Mama, Sassy Girl, and Brat. That's it. The little Mayday was still up in Kalamazoo. The little male that I gave to my friend, he still had him. But in the process, even with him, what happened with him was the guy who I gave him to died. He died. And he had his wife. When he died, his wife came, gave me a call, told me that he died, and that, instructions was to give, that dog back to me. And that's exactly what she did. She sent him back to me. Still a people about it, but he's still in Ohio. So I had my partner go and get him, and then sent him on the run up to Michigan to pick up Little Mayday. And go get Little Mayday. And that's when that little shifting dogs around you. When we get there, Little Mayday gone. There's no Little Mayday there. Okay? So we ain't got the Little Mayday dog. We done lost him. So there's no way in the world he was getting Pretty Mama back. You find my dog, or you're not getting your bitch back. So that's how Pretty Mama ended up standing on my yard. Now, I had these 6 little puppies. And I watched these little puppies, and I keep in mind, guys, I don't have nothing to play with. I'm back to that again. My brood stock gone. Rat done. Mama done. Sassy Girl, she's sitting there with a litter of puppies. Little Mayday gone. Little Buck gone. But I got these 6 puppies. Them 6 puppies was that was the beginning, again, of me reinventing the yard. So I would have to say that's about the third time that I had to reinvent from the very first time that I actually started from being in Carolina. Remember, I had dogs off of Levi, I had dogs off of Snooty, I had dogs off of Smeller. You know what I mean? I had dogs, little Mikey. You know, I had dogs coming out of DC. He was a bad little dog. I had those dogs, but then all those dogs was gone and didn't get nothing up for none of them. Why? Because I'm still trying to stay active. I'm not trying to breed a line of dogs. I'm trying to play with some dogs. And the whole time I'm trying to play with these dogs here, I keep losing dogs. Little Mayday didn't make it. Little Mayday didn't make it. Little Buck didn't make it. Those was my next two projects. Couldn't go wrong with neither one of them. They was the ones after I made Pretty Mama and Brat champions. They was the one that was gonna really solidify what we was doing, because both of them were some badass dogs. They were some badass dogs. And I hate to say it, they didn't get bred but one time, both of them. One time, and yet they are the foundation of the Going Hard yard. Those two dogs. See what I'm saying? Reinventing the yard? Yeah. I reinvented it because I didn't have no choice. Bottom line, what if these dogs wouldn't have never worked out? That's just like me losing them. It's like they're not working out. They cease to exist. It's just thank God that I was checking these dogs, checking shit before I was breeding this shit. I beat my yard up so much that when I bred something, I know what I was breeding. Because when it's time for me to start spreading the dollars, it's time for me to start playing, I'm ready. See, there was no guessing or, hoping or seeing something that I ain't seen, literally seen, but this seeing, I see it in it. I see it in it. I ain't see none of that shit. No, I'm gonna see. So yes, they would tell you, twin will beat up a yard. Yes, I will. Even my puppies, 8 weeks old, everybody wondering why these dogs is on chains. Y'all done heard the story about those 6 little puppies. Them little 6 little puppies coming off a little buck, coming from Stone City, bred to that Mayday shit, was the beginning of a Going Hard strain. It was a strain that began before Mayday was ever sent down there to breed the Blondie. I have both camps mad at me. Both camps my friends. Both camps was mad at me when I made that breed. How can you be mad, Victor, when I got champion Pretty Mom? I got her brother bred, to a damn bruiser bitch. You know what I'm saying? I did that breeding. Because that's where Little Buck's Sassy Girl come from. She come from a bruiser bitch. And I took a Stone City male. Why? Because he was off a yellow, the bottom. Remember, I'm steady going after one dog. I'm playing on the yellow because I'm trying to add the yellow to the amber. Remember, if you got the pedigrees, I would bring them up and be glad to walk through the shit with you. But I haven't done this before. I'm just trying to tell you my concept when you guys out here paper chasing, you know what I'm saying? The paper chase ain't nothing unless you signifying the fact that the dog fits the paperwork. Not the paperwork fit the dog. The dog got to fit the paperwork. So I'm looking at yellow and I'm trying to improve the amber side of it. Yeah, we had Wrangler all up in there. But when we bred that inbred Yellow John dog, because he was more Yellow John, to that Grand Champion Ace, which was complete outcross, we got battle. Even though I didn't have nothing to do but to enjoy Red Ace, thank God I bred Red Ace to Mayday. You know what I mean? And thank God that those puppies turned out fine. Thank God I was able to get that dog and breed it over there, little Mayday over there, to the Apache bit before his mishap. Because the breeding, when I took those two little dogs, that little 8-month-old puppy and that little 18-month-old male, and put them together, keeping in mind, guys, I was not putting papers together. I had grabbed those papers after I started putting those dogs together. See, when you start seeing shit that you got to go back and get your papers and see why it's doing what it's doing, then you're on the right track. If you in there grabbing your papers and reading them and then going outside looking at the dog, you're on the wrong track. See, I get to that point that they got to force me and show me that I got to go back and see, how's this dog bred again? Let me go put these papers up and see what's going on here. Because that's what I enjoyed. That was the part of the game I enjoyed. I didn't enjoy raising puppies. I didn't enjoy, making these fantastic breeds. I was stuck on shit. I like to play and I like to win. And I can't seem to get there. I keep having all these mishaps. And during all this whole process, I'm still sitting on the yard with 2 champion bitches. But that don't mean shit if I ain't doing nothing else. What that mean to a dog, man, like me? I hadn't bred neither one of these bitches yet. Why? Because I'm still stuck down here with these young shits. Trying to find me something to do. So I'm stuck in the middle of a pattern again. See? There's nothing there for me to play with. Stone City, Hardcore had a chance to see the framework of that breeding. A breeding that I know word got back to Stone City, who saw for itself. I'm sure as hell Victor heard about it, goddammit, when the message got around. This guy had bred Mayday to a Stone City dog. 2 rival camps that can't stand each other. Ready to put Mayday on Yellow Buck. Why didn't it never happen? They was both catchweight dogs. They just didn't get along. I done seen Mayday go into a couple, Mayday dogs go into a couple Stone City dogs. I seen Annabelle beat a Stone City dog. I done seen these dogs. So it's like, for me to make the breeding, I didn't make the breeding because, they were mad at each other. Because I'm friends with both of them. I made the breeding because of what I saw out of the dogs. For myself. You know what I mean? I got a son off a Yellow Buck, and this was before Yellow Buck was the grand champion. Yeah, I'm looking at this dog, and this dog ain't bullshit. Like, I'm telling you, he's a bad little dog. So I'm real happy with him. That's why when that little female ran over there and jumped on her mama like she did, and I let her stay on over there, mama ain't got no ability, mama ain't got no mama. Let her stay there and let her work. Mama ain't gonna put up with that shit, but mama gonna put it on her. But that little puppy, no. She was the daughter off a little Mayday. And she wasn't having that shit. That little 8-month-old puppy would have killed her mama. But that was a hard little bite, little 8-month-old puppy. And we talking about Sassy Girl. Sassy Girl. The mama to Baby, the Little Buck, and a whole bunch of others. She was the foundation. She became not Brat. Sassy Girl became the foundation bitch to the Growing Heart Dogs. That's it. When Brat was bred to Mayday, and she had those puppies, them double breds off of Mayday, and I had some good ones. Little Mayday was really was not the A1 dog on the yard. Him, I gave the main man, got away because I sent him to the very guy who gave me all these dogs from the beginning anyway. He didn't stick to the rules like he put on me. Now, if you're going to never get rid of the dog, you ain't going to get rid of it. If you're going to get rid of the dog, get the dog back to me. Well, he didn't follow that rule because he didn't. He actually gave it to a good friend of mine, but that dog was bad. He could have came back to me and he probably would have been a famous dog because he was definitely the shit. May 2 was nowhere close to the dog that I gave to my cousin, where he liked my brother. Me and him built this thing. We are the ones that actually built the Going Hard strain together. You know, it's just when he was not there, I took off and went in a direction with it. And in return, you know, you got to get back to the game. And I gave him the best that I had. And that was the one that was the best of that yard, of that litter. You got it. But I still had made to. Not saying that he was trash, because he wasn't. I'm just telling you, he had a brother named, they called him Earthquake. I called him Mayo. Mayo be like, oh, look at King Mayo, because Mayo wasn't no joke. He was a bad little dog. But I kept Maytoo. But in the process, guys, you gotta remember something. Frame of mind on where my head is thinking. Not one time I'm not really trying to match up any papers. You know, it wasn't until after I saw the 8-month-old puppy and after I saw the Stone City dog that I made the decision to put that together. Now, let me tell you something now. I mean, I want to pull this up and show you guys. You know, and if somebody want to see what I'm talking about in the chat, I'll be glad to show you the combination and then show you the after effects of what happened in the game when I did this. Okay? Wasn't nobody doing what I did. But when I did it, I'll show you all the after results that even show y'all and y'all dogs that y'all got today when it never happened until they saw what happened when I did it. Okay? And that was that Stone City Mayday cross. That Stone City Bruiser cross. My relationship with Competition Kennels. The accusation of all them little dogs coming off of his brothers and sisters and shit. Didn't hear nothing about him until you heard about that little buck and them damn puppies. You know what I mean? Everybody started looking at that yellow buck, Miss Nico Cross then. Everybody started looking at them dogs then. Because what little buck did with that, Cross, going back into that Mayday, showed them 6 of the baddest little puppies you ever wanted to see. And they got a chance to put their hands on them. They got a chance to hold them in their arms and see how they hold them in their hands and put them little things running across there. I'm talking about limp long from corner to corner smacking each other. Come on now. They had to run back and did spread. And next thing you know it, we got Mayday going down there to breed the Blondie. You got Sarah Kell being bred to Romeo, dog off a Bruiser. Champion Romeo bred to Sarah Kell. All these things happen off of 2 camps, really 3. It took eyewitness between Stone City and Hardcore, and it took Victor not only hear from me, but to hear the rumor of what was actually saw out of these 6 little puppies. All this shit started happening after Going Hard did it. Not only did it happen after we did it, it became intricate in the dog game. Okay? Now, when you start talking about reinventing, all right, y'all got to pat me on the back. You know what I mean? Because it was never a pat on the back thing. You know, my point was, look how I proved my point. Look how I proved my point to everybody. I wasn't sitting there talking shit. I told them, you get one, and let them go. We went through 3 of them, 3 rounds, 6 puppies. 6 puppies. All right? 6 puppies. And them puppies did enough that day to change the game. It made them come to peace, to make a breeding. That if he's capable of doing that and we got the right shit to doing that, then we need to do that. Self-care the Bruiser. The Bruiser male, Champion Romeo. If you can get that shit done, we done seen what it does. And then you got Self-care Romeo. Here comes Champion Romeo. All based off of those 6 pups. And it didn't have a damn thing to do with me reading them dogs' papers, people. I proved that when I put out there and showed their asses why they was mad when I bred my yellow buck stuff to that Mayday stuff, that I'd make a point that when their ass came down there, I was gonna show them. I was showing them. I test my shit. When I put my shit together, I started setting expectations. And when my expectations started to come to the forefront, I ain't bragging about, I'll show your ass. And I showed them. And yes, that move, by me reinventing my yard, knowing that these two guys was not going to be happy when I did this, that I did it anyway, the results changed the game. Caught reinventing my yard. I was trying to reinvent it the whole time, trying to search for what I wanted to do, and that was play. Now, out of those 6, I can tell you now, they were all good dogs. Only had one of them females, she quit. The smallest one probably could have sat on a little longer, but hey, we on a fast pace around here. You know, maybe she was never meant to go anyway. She had the stone sit in her, and she was red brindle like yellow buck. You know what I mean? But around that litter right there, you going up, having to defend yourself, don't go up and decide not to. Because I'm pushing the buttons all the time. I'm telling you, I'm one of them. I'm always walking out on my yard. Always was looking on my yard. Didn't give a damn how you were bred. There's an expectation that I was expecting on what I was going to be cleaning up shit and feeding. And I never hesitated to go check all the time. And when I had a question, I got an answer. And that's the bottom line. I mean, like I said, it came down to May too. A damn good one. But when you go down, I can't do nothing with you. Papano Kennels. They down there in South Florida, am I right? Frederick, I got a question for you. Is that the Pompano down there in West Florida? I mean, down there in South part of Florida? Is them the same ones? They was pretty cool dudes, yeah. I knew them. I did know them. But during this time, guys, I'm already out of the Detroit area. I done did everything up in Detroit. I done did everything in Ohio, and I did everything in North Carolina, and I've done everything in New York, the New York area, Buffalo, Philly area, even the DC, Virginia area. I've been all of those places. So by the time I'm down here in Florida, guys, and started this little thing, I'm right here on my yard. Then moved up after them pups right there and got out there to a farm and started breeding using that sassy bitch. I started breeding that sassy bitch to all champions. Literally. Shit, I had a little buck out there winning number one over a one-time winner and a prudent opponent. So damn confident that, you know, we thought we was gonna have to do some work. You know what I mean? And he showed his ass, 18 months old. Showed him look like the dog that he looked like by the time he turned 2.5 and we went into his half brother, a totally different dog. But what we saw at 18 months, they wasn't ready for that. All that shit talking they was doing, coming in there with that black shit, hard biting. We gonna kill this shit. We heard about you. Don't mean shit. We gonna show you the bulldog. 19 minutes. How much bulldog he showed me. Dealing with one of them 6 puppies. You see what I'm saying? 19. It was really over in 9. It just took us 10 minutes to get out his ass. Get him! Get him! No. No, you got Pride standing here, so we're not getting that. You know, Pride kept him down there. And Pride is what made him quit. Could have been got him up, because he didn't never have a chance on this 18-year-old. Not when I seen his mama do something to her mama at 8 months old. Now I'm sitting in here dealing with a damn dog coming off a grand champion, whose daddy was a grand champion, and he gone, and I got this little badass little male looking like a yellow Mayday with a going hard brat look. Man, this dog wasn't nothing to be playing with, y'all. And this is what I'm feeding. This is what I'm cleaning up shit doing. Ain't got no doubt in my mind. There's a whole lot of these. You don't hear nothing about the other littermates, do you? Bucko. Pet him up. He out there somewhere. He was one of the dogs that I sold to an old guy. I don't know what. He might have been in Mississippi, but he's out there on Pet Online. The man loved the dog. The man loved this dog. The name was Bucko. I think his. I'd go on here and try to find it. I'll show you a couple. But he was the litter mate to Buck Rogers and Bebe. And then there was Bucko. Then another one, his name was Yellow Day. Yellow Day. Yellow Day, he got stolen. He would have been another Buck Rogers. Yellow Day was the one to put Maytu back on the chain. You know? Yep, Yellow Day was the one to put it, and then I told you about the sister. Then we had one named D-Day. D-Day. I heard that D-Day quit. Now, he was the only one that looked like Mayday. He was like a small version of Mayday. He had all the markings of Mayday. He had the big old head. He probably would have went about 31, 32, you know. But we knew something was going to happen because when we checked him once, you know, Yellow Day got in his back end and he took a real big chunk out of it. I mean, it was a big chunk. So we never knew if D-Day was ever going to recover from that, because we definitely had to pick him up. And that was the reason why we got rid of D-Day. Yeah, we got rid of him. We didn't really get rid of him. You gave him to somebody. You know? But because we didn't think his back end was going to ever stand up to the damage that had happened to him, so there was nothing we can do with him. But I just accounted for all 6 of them. But the two main ones was the one who was out there running around, and then the one we was breeding, who was Bebe. Could we have matched Bebe? Yeah. See, Bebe busted my dream. I had a dog that I got right off mechanic, y'all. She was mechanic on the top and red boy on the bottom. And I was going to breed her to Buck Rogers. Perfect. I got her for that whole purpose. 100 red on the bottom and mechanic on the top. I mean, up close, right off mechanic. Granddaddy, I'm talking about coming right off 100 red. Bad little bitch. Why you have to get off the chain and spend the night over there thinking you're going to kill Bebe? That's where that just ruined everything for me. They didn't give me no other choices but to go ahead and end up breeding to a daughter that we had got off of breeding Pretty Mama to Beetlejuice. Remember, she's a red boy dog. So when we bred Beetlejuice, you see how Beetlejuice is bred, you'll see he's Jeep red boy. And when we did this with the mind. We're adding not the tramp red boy stuff to it, we was adding that assassin shit to it. But she was so built that way, but see, way back in the back end side of that shit, it was definitely Zebo, Stubbyfield, Buddy, all them great dog, Grand Champion, all in the back end of that pretty mama, man. But looking at her pedigree, you're gonna see nothing but a dog. You see her, the guy, she's inbred red boy, but she's not. And a lot of guys used to think she was. If I put her pedigree up there in front of y'all be looking at her, she's inbred red boy. She start kicking them pedigrees going on in the back door on the 7 and 8. You see, she's not. Thing is, when I betted the Beetlejuice, I was trying to bring another into that red boy, and I did. And I had some good dogs. I had a good breeding off of that Pretty Mama. She only had 2 puppies. Again, is it because of me and the steroids? Maybe. Maybe. But did it matter to me? Nope. Because guess what? My mind is still going what? I'm still trying to find something to play with. And again, she had 2 pups. The one pup that she had, I kept her and I sold the brother. I sold the brother and I took the female and I waited on her. And when she came of age, put her down, took a look at her, and then I turned around and I bred her to Buck Rogers. And from that little there came them 3 males. Them 3 males. And then we had the little female. It was 3 males and 1 female. Still only 4 dogs. You know what I mean? Was it the steroids? Man, but we wasn't giving a fuck. We was fighting dogs, bro. I'm just gonna keep it real with y'all. We didn't give a damn. We was used to having small litters because, you know, we ain't used to seeing big litters. And this is how it was going. Remember, when I said I bred Sassy Girl to every damn champion out there. Then I started grabbing and using what I could. The thing about it was, the main ones that was ticking was still the Stone City crosses was working. And then when I took the Stone City Mayday cross and took that and added Pretty Mama to the equation, again, changed the game. Changed the game because that Nico stuff, we had good dogs out of it. Nico the Sassy Girl, yeah, to me, they didn't have the ability like the yellow buck side of it did, you know? And, you know, when you see Nico and Nico Jr. being ROMs, they were producing good dogs, but you go back in there and look what made those dogs ROMs. That's what you need to go look at. What was working off of those dogs? See, that's where I stayed at. Because as long as I knew that, then I knew how to breathe. Remember, I'm trying to play, so my mindset is, I'm trying to take the best of what's on my yard and keep it concept of what I see that's working out there with what I got here on my yard. Because I don't want to be dealing with no duds. I'm telling y'all come up one morning out there on the yard on a Friday, you might see a whole bunch of dogs. And you come back on a Monday, a lot of them be gone. Because we have yard management. And when you have yard management, you got to understand, there comes a point where you have to be able to let these dogs go. And me personally, you know, back then, I wasn't risking. You know, I could have easily said, take them down there to the pound and let them kill them all. Everyone I didn't want, take them down there to the pound and give them away. You know what I'm saying? But that would have been too good for them because, you know, I just didn't believe in letting my dogs go into any place that I would feel that they would be mistreated, or go somewhere where they would become a headache or trouble, you know, and it be on me, because you don't want it, you don't need to have it, then you need to get rid of it. You know, and they make it sound so bad when somebody has to, you know, they kill pigs, they kill horses. I mean, you know, they go out here and butcher shit all the time. But when you have to put your own shit down humanely, you know, it's like you doing something wrong. But you guys do it. They do it for everything else. But we can't do it for our own, to maintain our own shit. You rather see me go out here and give it to somebody and let somebody else go run around the streets with it and mistreat it? Or give it to somebody and turn around there and chew up their child? Or bite somebody? No, I'm already private. I was already a stuck person in the yard. I was already knowing what I was doing wasn't right. So, hey, while I'm already there, I'm going all in. And to me, I think I was doing it on the better half of the game and for the community. You know what I'm saying? I ain't spoiling the game, letting a whole bunch of cur-ass dogs get out. I ain't spoiling the game for a bunch of dumb-ass sorry dogs to get out there and start breeding that shit. And I ain't trying to breed it. Because the genetics ain't right then. If it was, I'd have it. But since it ain't, it's gone. It should be gone and completely gone. Dogs that I let go out there, which is what it wasn't a lot of them. I've had a lot of guys that had a lot of fun with them and a lot of praises to them. But the ones that went in the dog's man's hand, they was meant to go into those hands and carry it on. And there was a few of them out there that did just that. I'm surprised, like I said, I can go and I see going hard dogs out there, and even though there's not a lot of them, but guess what? They're out there, and if they still out there in 2022, them are the ones, if I would have to start all over again, that'd be the first doors that I would knock on. Anything that's got a connection to the going hard strain, I would be trying to get my hands on. And I know a few of them is. I know there's a two-time winner over there. I know one of these over there. It would be a privilege of mine. That's where I would start. But again, it's called reinventing the art. So that means if I go out there, I'm not just going after them. I'm trying to reinvent that too, because whatever works to carry these, because they're totally different than the ones I had back then. And they're totally different from the ones that I changed up on. Totally different than the ones I changed up. If you notice, guys, I kept getting better and better and better dogs all the way up. So even though I ain't STP and I ain't nowhere close to none of these other great guys, one thing I can honestly sit there and say I feel good about, that I can sit amongst the best of those guys, man. Because amongst the best of those guys, I got the best education and the best knowledge to go out there and win. Like all I wanted to do anyway. And in that process, I did exactly like all the other great dogmans. When you pull up my pedigrees, you ain't gonna see a bunch of damn black. That's for damn sure. You're gonna see a bunch of black. At some point, it's gonna be a damn change of that, or it's gonna be a deleted change. It's not. I mean, you ain't gonna go out there and find a bunch of going hard dogs out there. And it's gonna have a bunch of black down through there, not coming from this yard here. It wasn't. And these are the things that I'm trying to tell you guys about reinventing your yards. A lot of these yards are being built on papers and not to dogs. Because there ain't enough damn dogs out here being looked at for us to know that that's the truth. And, you can be amongst the thousands that's sitting on good bred dogs, but you're also amongst the thousands who has hurt the game by not checking to see what the fuck you're using. You're too busy trying to sell puppies and sit out there and put a newborn right there in Facebook. And put a $5,000 price tag. I don't knock a man that's doing that. I bullshit you not. But back in my day, he would have been called the fuck out. I'm just keeping it real. He'd have been called out. I would have had to pick up the phone and just ask him, man, if you can't pick up, if me and you can't hook up and do something, yeah, there's no way you're going to convince me to spend them $5,000 for that baby puppy you showing on the screen there. There's no way. You just making me want to just see just how good you really are. I mean, that's how it's supposed to go. Not supposed to sit up there on the internet and bash this guy because he wants to sell a $5,000 puppy. No. I ain't down in that part of it. I'm down in the kennel. If your shit is that good that you can charge $5,000, then I want to come see you. competition-wise, competitiveness, competitive. Why is this puppy worth $5,000? I want to see how competitive his mind frame is. I mean, he's selling it. I mean, that's what I think, dog, man. And our mindset is usually worse like that. I know mine would. I would call you and call you out. Not trying to put you down or nothing, but I just want to make sure that you know what kind of shit is you got where you can put $5,000 on his head. You know what I mean? How competitive is it? You know, what are you really selling here? Down the puppy, I'm checking you. You know, that's where to make a lot of you guys start pumping your own down brakes about these moves that y'all making. Maybe a lot of y'all don't have the mindset that I'm trying to put in your mind. Stop doing shit without making sure that you're doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, why have a yard full of dogs? I mean, if I got 10, I better have at least two one-time winners. Better not have nothing over 2 years old that ain't done nothing. Nothing. Called yard management. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I was asking, you didn't ever say. Guys wanted, I asked, did they want to see the pedigrees? I'll pull them up and show them a couple of them. You know, and that's the thing that I'm riding on right there, fellas. It's about how competitive do you want to be? You know, I want to be real competitive. You know, I mean, guys get mad when you call somebody out. Why are you gonna get mad? I'm being disrespectful for calling you out. Don't go like that, fellas. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. You know, and y'all shouldn't feel that way.
Want to look at this? Let's say they want to see the papers.
But you did, Mike. You didn't never say it.
I know.
Okay, I did. I said if y'all want me to, I'll go ahead and do it.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Just go ahead.
Mm-mm. I could have been put them up. Now I gotta go back through and. Yeah, fellas. So, yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with going. You know, asking guys to step up and, you know, can I see, you know, when y'all call somebody out. I mean, and it's just being competitive. That's all you're trying to do. You're just trying to be competitive. It ain't like you calling out somebody being disrespectful about the stuff. You just, you know, if you are raising dogs and you're feeding these dogs, you want to make sure that your dogs are at a level that they're worth feeding. And the only way you can do that is put the best on your own yard and get the truth on your own yard, and then move from there outside the yard and see how competitive it is you outside the yard, and then here come your greats. Either you're going to come back happy or you're going to come back sad. But one thing you ought to be glad of, you ought to be glad that the shit that didn't make it, you don't got to worry about taking care of the shit no more. Not another dollar on it, not another change space on it. And put something on it that's worth being there. That's the best way to think about it. I mean, and like I said, and a dog on your yard over 2 years old, it shouldn't be game tested by at least 2.5. If you don't have no answers by then, you know, I always say find them a new home. I ain't gonna keep on cleaning and feeding that motherfucker waiting on them. And I didn't. And sure didn't. Roger Ramjet left my yard twice in the 3 years it took him to fire up. But when he did, you know, one thing for damn sure, we made a lot of mistakes with him, but one mistake he never did to us, and that was he never quit on us. We made a lot of mistakes to make me feel like we quit on him. But one thing he never did for us, and that was quit on us. you know? So let me see. I think I'm gonna start with, again, for a lot of you guys that don't be knowing. Hold on, fellas. I'm pulling it up just a little slow here. I got it. All right, fellas, look. This would have been a whole lot easier. Again, if I had to know you guys wanted me to pull these pedigrees up, I could have went to this whole story, literally walking you down the line. Now, I'm gonna go back to this whole story again now, y'all. But I'm gonna walk the pedigrees down the line because this is the only way you guys will catch on. All right? This is Amber. This is the beginning. Remember, I told you I had little Mikey. I could have pulled up little Mikey. Hold on, let me get on because this is what we could have been doing earlier. These are all the dogs that I had before I had any Mayday dogs, guys. These are the dogs that the first way. You want a best in show over the Legion of Doom in 1 hour and 5 minutes. It was a gift from Millbuster's Kennels. If anybody know who Millbuster is. Down there in Virginia, he had a lot of good ones. I know he had the Temesseline and he had Damascus. He had a lot of great dogs. This is how he was bred. You know, I didn't have, during the time, this breeding here, he was a gift. You know, I looked at his pedigree. You see how he bred. You see the termite in him. See the Guster boys. You see, I mean, all the right stuff on the bottom and the top. Okay, we already know you got termite right here. That's the ceiling. Remember I told you about Champion Selena. See that pause right there? The peri-pause stuff. So they on the right track. This is why I won Best in Show. This is why I won Best in Show. This is why they stole him. Look what I'm using. The dog was bred to do what I got him. You know, he was a gift for me to play with. And I was so happy that I got a chance to play with him. Even though he got stolen. I beat a real good dog and when we won that night against the Legion of Doom. A lot of respect to those guys, but we was definitely the house shocker that night with this little dog. And he did prove, if you here, let me show you Spooky here. Let me show you Spooky so we understand. See that? Ain't much there, is it? But there's an indicator what it is. We see that rascal there. We see that also Negro there. So we know we got some bully in us. We know Loner. You don't know who Loner is, guys. Let me help y'all with Loner. That's a bully son dog right there. Up, down, backwards, and forwards. Can't get tighter than that. And these were the kind of dogs that at the time that I had, when I had the dogs off of the Guilford stuff and those dogs there. I had dogs that I could have bred this dog to. Back earlier when he was a young dog growing up, I raised him as a puppy, from a puppy. But this is the pedigree, and you see what's back here. A lot of unknown, but we do know that we know him. Let's see what this unknown dog produced. ROM. Doesn't even have a pedigree. Let's see her offspring. They don't even give much about her, do they? Don't see one champion on there. Maybe that's why he gave him to me as a gift. It was a shocker. Right? But yeah, one hell of a dog right there, little Mikey. He was game, and he was bad. His bottom half, to me, is what carried the pedigree. I think it was the POW bitch. Definitely a good pedigree. Got a lot of action in it, and he proved his point. I'm telling you guys, he beat a real badass that day. Okay, you can go back over here. These are my beginning days again. Transformations from back then. Again, we're going back over, going hard dogs. This right here is judo. You know, you see, he came from James Upwards, going hard kennels. He was the dog that I got from James Upwards. You know, I didn't get it from James, I got him from Atlas Brewer. James Upwards cut he cut the ears, but Judo, he didn't cut Judo's ears because he had real floppy ears, and he had too much ears. We liked his goofy ears. They didn't stand up. He just had real big ears. But look how he's bred. Again, he got stolen after winning 2. He beat a 2-time winner for number 2 from the So-So Boys. The Dexter the dog lost that he beat went on to become a champion. So he was a champion, but he was a one-time loser, and he lost to this dog here. But look how he's bred. See, I wasn't putting the papers, he probably wouldn't have never been done if I was one, thinking like some of you guys thinking. Don't want to take a chance to messing up a pretty pedigree by losing. See, I was thinking all the opposite way. I was thinking the opposite way. I'm trying to make damn sure that this dog is everything them papers say he is. So before I claim the dog is like this and like that, I got to see for myself. And he did prove that he was just what he was bred to be. Badass. And that he was. No, I ain't talking about off the chains and all that shit. No. This dog went out there and he did what he had to do. I was being a dog man. I put him down. That means I had the schooling, teaching, calling, and then turn around as a young dog man. Before I even done all that, I'm sitting out here just bouncing around, rolling a damn dog, thinking that I can go out here and put him on any dog at any weight. So I learned with this dog all the mistakes, not just him. I had another one I learned with. This one right here. These are the 2 dogs that I came out of the Carolinas with. But you guys remember the story. What story was that? They were talking about the Levi dog that they took. When Tom Garden, who was that got snatched up? But Tom had to go get him out of jail. And in that story, they had Levi in there. Remember one of the dogs they didn't get back?
Oh, it's Levi.
But yeah, the parents had this dog. This dog right here. That dog right there. That's the dog that Ed and Chris Farron had when they had hit his yard and took all his dogs. And that was one of the dogs they couldn't get back. But look how he's bred. Son off a Smeller, that son of Snooty, Smeller. His little mate brother Thor now. Bred the champion red lady. Look at the bottom. Mr. Triplet. Remember I told you I seen him? It was his Big Ben back then. When I saw him, he was over in Mr. Triplet's yard. But look how they bred. Blood, he was a one-time winner. See that? Went over 3-time winner. His first time out in 23 minutes. His first time out. Did we know anything about shaping a dog then? Nope. Didn't know a damn thing.
Damn thing. Just said, fuck it, go get blood.
Mm-hmm. We went and got blood. And then here's the other funny part about it. Did we know anything about conditioning? Nope. The other funny part about it is, did we know that we was going to go into a champion? Like, you know, like, did we care? No. Did they thought they was going to get an easy one on us black guys? Yeah. But because the way this dog is and the dog that we had, this is why this dog won. And he won fashionably. He won fashionably. He looked at, he made us call ourselves Going Hard Kennels. Because he was going hard. That's the first dog I ever put down. Right there as far as what I did in North Carolina. This is the first dog that I put down. Didn't know nothing about matching a dog or nothing. Was it off the chain? No. It was down there 6 weeks in advance. Okay, we'll meet up on this date. Had no idea what they was talking about. Had no idea. Why? Because we young and we didn't know no better, and they sure wasn't telling us what to do.
We was walking and swimming his ass.
We was walking and swimming his ass. It wasn't no special feeding, regular old dog food. None of that. Poor dog was really a 38-pound, 39-pound dog. We was doing him at 43 or 44, 45. We went in that night at 44. You know what I'm saying? And went in there and smashed him. You know why he smashed him? Dog had too much mouth. I don't know what Ben was putting out there, but boy, he could put one out there, boy, that had some big ass head and a lot of damn mouth. This dog right here, the parents had, and they didn't get him back. He got most of his dogs back, but that's one of the dogs he did not get back. That's my first dog, y'all, right there. First time I ever down one and felt the pride of standing there. There was only 3 blacks there. Nope. We had his little mate brother too. His little mate brother, he put one down. But then Judo went in and put both of them down. He knocked off BA first. Remember, they on my yard. We young, we don't know no better. We trying to check the damn little brindle male, Judo. So we putting them on dogs that we didn't want with. And not knowing what we doing, but we know that, you know, we want to make sure Judo is just as good as them. So we put Judo on not only BA, we knocked off BA. Had to pick BA up. We damn near snatched off the whole top side of Blood's head. So that's what ended their career, Judo. The little new dog. Him. This is what I came in the game playing with. So if you start, and don't know nothing about the pedigrees, y'all. Remember now, I'm still in North Carolina with these dogs doing this shit. I'm in North Carolina doing this with dogs. I have no idea who the hell these dogs are. Don't know nothing about no damn pedigree. So I'm just moving on dogs. Straight dogs. 2 dogs for sure. And we had another one. His name was Bruiser. See, Bruiser ain't on here. Because Bruiser was really my boy dog. You see that Blackwell's and GR.CH Kennels, that's my cousin. That's my street mentor. He's the one that really, I had put the dogs over there in his yard while I had the Dobermans. See, that's how he got in it. Because I took the dogs and turned him into a dog man. While I be a dog man with the Dobermans, I'll be a dog man with the pits. As long as you give me a yard to put them on, and he gave me a yard to put them on. So these are the dogs I was putting on his yard because these are the dogs they was giving me. You understand what I'm saying? Dogs they giving me. Now remember, I'm young. I'm a Marine. You know, I'm putting shit down. They call them. They say they fighting dogs. Well, let's see. So I'm fight crazy with these. These are the ones that really got my juices flowing. You know, wasn't too many people jumping on. Not even James and them could talk some boys into jumping on us, and we was, like I said, we didn't have no idea how to condition a dog or nothing. In both instances, they was trying to beat us because we didn't know shit. Came in there with them nice, tucked, pretty ass, big ass damn dogs, and we was coming in with nothing but dogs that had ability and mouth. We didn't care how big his ass was and how it looked. We didn't care. We just did it. Did it twice with both of these dogs, and then turned right around after making them one-time winners, put judo on them, and judo ended both of their careers with his style. The style of riding and walking walls and hard mouth, just crunching down into them skulls, just doing the kung fu. That's why we called him judo. Because he was a judo head riding something too, y'all. And then we go up to Ohio, knowing what we got in judo, and we gonna put judo on anything. And that's how judo lost his first one. And that's where we learned the art of conditioning dogs. And in that process, I learned how to read papers. I started realizing who these dogs were and how important and how guys was at all that I had dogs like judo. And how did I get judo? You know? Remember, it took us to beat up BA and Blood, and we were smart dog men back then. After them dogs won they first one, we ain't had no business ever putting judo on none of that shit. We should have kept that shit right out there where it was doing what it was doing. But because we were young and dumb and didn't know no damn better, we did the shit that y'all would do. We didn't know no better. We didn't know no better. Didn't breed him. Didn't breed not 3 dogs right there, y'all, and we didn't breed not a one of them dogs. We were too busy scarring them black down. Blood and Bear were black. And I swear to God, by the time we got done with them boys, they was looking like Homer. By the time Judo got done with them, they was looking like Homer. I swear they was. And Judo did that to a couple of them up there. He did it to our ratchet chick. He did it to our hatchet shit. You know, these were the other Eli dogs that we had. James Pope, coming through James Pope. Judah walked through all them. All of them. All game ass dogs. Couldn't stop their ass, but sure, you better pick him up before he kill their ass. That's for sure. Judah was putting everybody down. So I'm already in playing, but I'm playing wildly until it took me to get my head cracked to understand that what I was doing was ridiculous. Ridiculous. But I learned, point included. It wasn't what I was doing as far as checking my dogs, because that wasn't the part I was doing wrong. It was the way I managed them. I managed them all wrong. I should have never took them one-time winners and put them on something like that anyway. If I was going to let the one-time win turn into a two-time winner or a one-time winner, one-time loser. You know what I'm saying? Judah was that good of a dog. And Judah just didn't go in there and destroy these dogs. No, it took him time to destroy them because they were match dogs. I didn't respect the game enough to understand what a match dog was when I'm sitting at home my own home matches to the point where I'm messing up 2 one-time winners. When I could have been doing that on the box and probably would have been winning with them. Because it took a special dog to do what Judo did to them because couldn't nobody do shit to Judo. Not even when Judo lost. He lost because he was just not in shape and he was on a way bigger dog because when you take him going to from 45 to 35 and can't nobody touch you, now you're really showing your true colors. You know what I'm saying? And then you end up being stolen. Again, all the bad things of a dog man in the backyard. But guess what, guys? One thing I had no problem doing every morning, feeding these damn dogs. Being I got to fix them up and put them all back together. I ain't have no problem feeding them. No problem taking care of them because I knew what I had on that yard. If I didn't know nothing else about the dogs coming out of Carolina, one thing I did know. That I ain't afraid to put them motherfuckers down. And I ain't afraid of nobody and care who you are in going into you. Because I didn't know them at the time. And the guys that we went into, one of them was the Robinsons. Bruiser went into the Robinsons and did a smash job. And Bruiser was off a smeller. Direct son off a smeller. When I first got into the dogs, I had 3 dogs. Smeller, Blood, and VA. And then comes Judo. And all those dogs is on one man's yard. And look at the kind of dogs is on that yard. Is that the way you come into the game, not knowing shit at all from scrap? From scrap? From scrap. But them not telling you nothing, I'm only going on Marine mode. That's all. The mentality of a Marine is I want smashers. I want killers. That's all I knew. And I could put them on their shit and didn't feel bad about, worrying about what somebody gonna do to my dogs. I was never worried about that shit. Never worried. Dogs never let me down, guys. Set the mark. And this is for a dumbass kid. Because that's exactly what I was. I can just like a kid with a new toy and was abusing it. And thank God I made it to Ohio. Because if it don't be for Ohio, I probably would have never got started in the dogs because I'd have got shut down just that quick doing the dumb shit that I was doing. I was nowhere in the world I was going to last in the game doing what I was doing. And like I said, North Carolina didn't teach me shit, but they sure gave me some badass dogs. But boy, once I figured out how to put that little puzzle together, it was too late. I had to start all over. These were the first rafter dogs. The first. Like I said, these were the first. Starting all over. Revamp. Reinvent. Didn't get a damn thing over none of this stuff. I wasn't thinking about breeding no damn dogs back then. And look what I let get away. Look at the shit that I could have been sitting back breeding if I was smart. And somebody had told me before I fucked it all up. Or somebody had told me before I would have put them in a better situation and have my cameras out and thieves would have never got back in there like they did. Because I was young and dumb and didn't know no better. These dogs were stolen because of my lack of understanding what I had. All right? The change, starting over, it was hurting. Because I felt robbed, felt raped when they took them dogs. Hard to snap back off of that. Especially when you had a good yard like I had. Remember, and a damn female come across there yet. Then I picked up some other dogs after these dogs. Now I had Dustin, a dog named Dusty. it's hard to find her pedigree, but she was offered some Guilford stuff. And that Guilford stuff went all the way back to Rascal, up close Rascal. Right? Then after I got from there, like I said, I fell into the hands of being able to get my hands on amber. You know, and amber was a big ass jump in what we were trying to do. Because now I know how to read papers. And I was real happy when we went and I was able to get amber. She had already had a litter. That was she had grandma. That was her litter. She had a dog named Grandma. I'm gonna see if I can pull Grandma up. But this is amber right here. Yeah, my partner had amber. Like I said, amber was bought out of the box, losing to a champion, getting picked up. Said we would pay the bill, and we get the dog, and that's how we got amber. She was a game loser. Look how she was bred. Like I said, when I got her, let me see if she's in the offspring list anywhere. Yeah, this is the little female right here. A little female right there, big mama. Arsenal's big mama. She was a nice little dog. And see, that was one of them breedings that somebody actually broke in the house and took all those puppies but one. And that's her. This is when my friend had her. Before we bred the Grand Champion Ace. This is the breeding we made amber when we bred her to termite. Let's get back over here. This one right here. Don't know how the top half was bred to this female. But this old girl right here was something else. That old dog right there with no pedigree on the top. Old grandma looked just like amber, but she was yellow. And she was bigger and had a bigger head. I don't know if they ever bred her. I can check and see. But she was getting old. She was getting old back then. You know, she looked at old. I put it like that. She looked old. And this is Grandma bringing bread to Red Ace's little mate brother right there. I'm good friends with Arsenal. Me and him, we go back way a long time ago. We go back a long way. See the results? And we got a little Roman. All over that little breeding right there. Look how that's just bred. If you notice, you're starting to see that I'm not the only one that was doing this. We're all in the same little clique of guys. This is my New York Dogman family. For those that don't remember this one, Grand Champion Satan. Let's look at Roman right quick. We already know the little mama. That's mama. That's Red Ace's little mate brother. We already know about grandma. Look, it's double amber right there. Right? So we took a double amber, and let's go back and just make sure we all understand how amber was bred. She's still heavy. Yellow John. I didn't say yellow. I said Yellow John. Even though we got Grand Champion Yellow right there, he's still coming by way of Yellow John. This dog's pedigree is a Yellow John dog. Not Grand Champion Yellow, but Yellow John. This is a Yellow John dog. Amber was a Yellow John dog. Now y'all can see why I was stuck on breeding the Grand Champion Mayday. Why I was stuck on breeding the Tance Bruiser. Everything going by the way of yellow. Remember, it was no more Yellow John. There was a new thing out there called yellow. There was winners out there, riding and all those dogs I was picking up. I'm still learning, but this is what I was learning by taking the dogs that I'm having. Remember, I know all these dogs. Y'all see that wild side shit down there? Just in case for those who don't know. This is a litter mate to the 4-time winner Champion Chino and the mother of two-time winners. Which we seen them. We're bred to the Satan stuff. For guys who don't know who the Satan stuff is, Satan was that Eli dog that you always hear me talking about. George, there's Grand Champion Satan. That's the Akron, Ohio dog. And that's the dog, that breeding right there, Shy Girl right there, that breeding right there. Because bred. If you notice, let's just Kentucky Shine, right? This is the same guy. Go back over here again. Let me go back over here to Amber again. The reason why I'm going back to Amber, I'm just trying to show you a connection that when I say networking, I'm going to show you a little networking that we were doing. Now, nobody don't understand. If you pay attention, though, you see that Lester's Gypsy? And for those who really don't know, this great dog right here, Blue Cast Kennels, is Lester. See that? Let's just say it was bred this dog, but Greg Lester owned this dog. Blue Cast Kennels is Greg Lester. Now pay attention, because I wanted y'all to point that out. There's another one, Lester. Notice, he's messing with Yellow John dogs. Not Yellow John. To him, they were red boys. He didn't really call them Yellow John, he was calling them red boys. All right, now let's go over here to George. I was just back, I'm going back here to show you the network. Locks Jesse came from Grey Lester. Bluegrass dog. Don't know how he bred? My partner, the very same one I keep talking about with the Grand Champion A stuff, is the one who went and got this dog. He went partners with BLB, and they bought this dog. Lots Jesse. Size bread. I'm gonna tell you what triggered them into doing that. During that time, remember, we're all up in Akron. And what triggered them to do that was because they saw her going hard Kennels Goldie, three-legged bitch. And prior to that, we really didn't know, we wasn't really on the Jeep shit. Remember, I had an opportunity to get the deep bitch. That's why I got her. Then once I got her and everybody started seeing that, even with the three-legged bitch, this bitch was bad. She just had the heart of a dog that felt like she still had all four of her legs. And that impressed a lot of dog men. Why? Because you still got these little young dudes over here with these bulldogs putting this three-legged dog down like, showing this dog was bad with 3 legs. Not abusing her, just showing you what a Jeep dog looked like. She just so happened to have 3 legs. It impressed him enough to be talking about her and catching Ray Lester's attention to say, hey, you can get this one, and this one would go good. Could never happen because she never had puppies. But that's a good Jeep male. Turned around there and they took that dog right there and bred back into that Eli shit. Right there. And out of this breeding, okay. Out of this breeding right here. Shy Girl, the 2-time winner now, right? And we bred her to that Lox Jesse dog. She produced Champion Charlie. We actually call him Buns and Ola's Champion BJ. And BOB's Champion Lester, a 2-time winner and a 1-time loser. And they had another brother named Lock Tice Ernie. I don't know, I think he was a 2-time winner, 1-time loser. Or he might have been a champion and a 1-time loser, but there was another brother named Champion Ernie. And that's when they took that stuff there and bred to that bitch down here at the bottom, which is actually Satan's litter-mate sister. She went into a champion and lost going for her championship. She lost game and she died. But that was Satan's litter-mate sister. You line of dogs here go all the way back to Champion Dolomite. And Dolomite was Grand Champion Luther's litter-mate brother. So we was on a track. But the thing, guys, keep this thing in mind. We was not talking about papers when we were doing these things. We didn't grab papers until we looked at the dog and was wondering why the dog was like it was. Then you go grab papers. You understand what I'm saying? A breeding like this right here was just breeding a good dog to a good dog before she went out there and lost going for number 3. There was puppies on the ground. And the result of those puppies created these dogs that we're talking about. Right there. Right? And this is all a network, people. This is a network of guys, a small number of guys that we're sitting there watching what we're doing. See George right here? I'll show you some offsprings from George. Oh, George was bred a couple times. And he had a couple winners for Arsenal. Hmm? Where? Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm. Go to Shy Girl 2. The reason why I went to Shy Girl 2. Why you think this breeding was done? You see what I'm saying? And just here's another note, just in case you guys might have missed it. But down here on the bottom, remember we Jeep fanatics now, right? We Jeep yellow. It was not Mayday we're targeting, it was the yellow. Look at the bottom. Keep in mind though, when we bred Red Ace, the Grand Champion Ace, we were dealing with Charlie's brother. You understand what I'm saying? When you go over there and you look at, I'm going to keep on going, but yeah, this is just pointing them out. So when we get down there around Twister and all those dogs right there, y'all start seeing that there was a pattern that what we was doing, we was still sticking to a certain pattern that we got off of it. It's like everybody's paying attention to what everybody's doing. As long as it's winning, we going to do it. And they're doing it with the right dogs. Okay? Diamond, 2-time winner. Cross with that. You know? Trying to find, let's see where's he at. And this is the reason why I'm going over these guys is because remember I was talking to y'all about networking. And I was telling you how important networking and keeping up with the guys that you're doing these readings with. And y'all, we the ones sitting on the phone talking dogs. These are those guys that we spend that time talking dogs. If you notice, you'll constantly see them two guys right there named all the time when it comes down to those dogs being bred. Good bred dogs, right? But this is where we were heading. But a lot of this stuff was actually being done when it comes to, they was paying attention to the madness that was really going on down on our yard. I bullshit you not. You know, Satan was already a household favorite. Arsenal was already, you know, we all in the same fam. So a lot of the stuff that y'all seeing was a network of, between guys that we was really all together. And you know, and to this day, those two still work together. You know, and they still doing what they're doing. Me, I would get that shit and go out there and do. I was not sitting on that shit, guys. And Arsenal, when he gets a good one, he's not going to sit on his. And so by way of them doing that, this is why we were getting lucky with the dogs that we were getting, and why we were being able to go out there and do what we love to do, and that was match dogs, man. It wasn't breeding. It wasn't no paper shit. It was just trying to get some dogs to go play with. That was the name of the game. And we just stuck strong to that. Now, you know what I'm trying to find? I'm trying to find George. Not that George, his daddy. But there's another one. He was off of a Mayday on his bottom. I think I'll find him going through May 2, though. So your R is a bit. I'm trying to locate R May 2 being bred to these Satan dogs, okay? Guys, just give me a hot second here. Because we had a nice one down here in Florida. He was a pretty nice dog. One second here, fellas. There you go. And it was Joe Frazier. I'm trying to find old Joe. Okay, here we go. This is Joe Frazier, guys. I went to Joe. I was trying to find Joe for a reason. That's what I was trying to find. See what I'm saying? When I say, you see the network that I was talking about? And keep in mind, you're going to keep on seeing that guy at the bottom there on everything that has something to do with going hard. His hands is on it. You see what I mean? So there was a concept thing going on here. So this shit was good enough that they took and went and got some Luther, some Grand Champion Luther sperm, and bred back to this shit on the bottom. It made it even better. Good dog. He was actually a 2-time winner. Sitting go both times, a 2-time winner, best in show on one of them. And he got best in show on beating Hardcore. You see how he bred? Everybody, this breeding right here was made for a purpose of networking. These guys, we all grew up in these dogs as a unit. You're gonna see them very names. When you see how we went and got Amber, and then Amber ended up there at Arsenal's, and then Amber ended up down there with me all the way down to the same stuff coming out of Akron, ended up in Rochester, back on down here, way down there in Florida, breeding to May 2. When you see all this is a network of just a few guys that, you know, we ain't doing nothing but matching dogs. But again, what do you see here, guys? You see us reinventing the yard. Looking and producing match dogs. Not pretty pedigrees, match dogs. You understand what I'm at, fellas? This is the point I'm trying to say when you go to reinvent. So when, you know, everybody say, you know, when y'all look at Twin and Going Hard Kennels, the first thing that everybody come to mind is Brat. I mean, that's the only dog that I hear most people really know. Yeah, I don't never really hear Pretty Mama. And why Brat? Because Brat was off of Mayday. But you can tell and you can see it was just more than Brat. And when you hear me talking about the Jeep shit, remember, these are, we done turned around and reinvented the yard, still using our Jeep dogs. Still using the Jeep dogs. All up in there. You're gonna find Jeep in these dogs. You're gonna find it on Brat. You're gonna find it on Shy Girl. And you're gonna find it on Sasha. All Jeep. Yeah, I need to click on it. Let me click on it. There goes Sasha. Start from the bottom up. Sasha. Same concept. What did we do? Y'all done seen this before. Look at it. You see what we're doing. That's Sasha. Sasha bred the Mayday. Good bitch to buy, ain't it? That's right. You see? Arsenal. This is after Brat now. This is after the Brat and Little Mayday. The network. Now you putting Mayday on top of that. Right? Things I'm just pointing these things out so you can understand that when I say reinventing the yard, they're reinventing something. All right? Now I'm gonna go back up here and explain to you guys. We had shows on me talking about guys, y'all need to start networking. Where you can start playing in each other's yard or start picking up things and you're talking about it. And these are the kind of things that happen when you do these kind of things. All right, we was on Sasha, right? Okay, I ain't done yet. I'm back over here on this one dog. And I'm gonna show y'all that we kept Jeep in all our shit. We already seen Jesse bred into the shit. You already seen what they do with that. Dog should have been a registered mare. Definitely POR. If you add Ernie on there, that's a POR dog. This is a POR bitch. 2-time winner. Again, you're still seeing G. It's not by coincidence. It's by actual us sitting down, putting shit together. Brat. Growing up. Yeah, we didn't pat. Now that was Sasha. And Shigo. Now go to Brat. And she got Jeep in her? No. But one thing she do to have in her, she got Charlie. And she got Charlie producing a grand champion there. Remember, we still networking. You think they don't know about Charlie and Grand Champion Ace? Yeah, they do. Why you think they're out there doing that them crosses with the Jeep shit? Where did they get the Jeep shit from? From that 3-legged bitch that we had named Goldie. Remember, it's all in the network. We all talk about these dogs. These dogs, this is a line. This is a step, guys, a process that you're seeing us building while we just being some dudes out here doing things. And the whole time we are putting them down. We're putting them down. Yep, you see them. You see them. All right? We go to the sibling. I'm going to go to the sibling, and I'm going to go to the Brat's only damn dog, her brother. Little Mayday. You already know I bred just like Brat. And we're going to look at his breeding. And you ain't going to see but 2 dogs there. Sassy Girl 2 and Menace. Remember them 2 puppies I talked about, right? I'm going to get there. That's Sassy Girl. First, I want to show you how she's bred. I give you a little 2-cent on her. And we were talking about the bruiser stuff, right? Now you got the little Mayday being bred to the bruiser stuff. Remember, y'all, there's no Champion Romeo and all that stuff down there. Nowhere on there during that time, right? Remember I told you about the little Apache dog. Why did I get her? Because I knew Bruiser was off the yellow. And she was a double-bred bruiser bitch. You know how I know? I was trying to get the dog. It took me a year to get her, but I finally got her. And when I got her, I bred her to little Mayday. By the time she had those puppies and the next time she came in here, I tried to breed her to Mayday. In that process, she came back sick and I bred her to Little Buck. But it was just the situation, guys, that when she had Sassy Girl, this little 8-month-old puppy smashed her mama. She smashed her at 8 months. And I said I was going to fill her up with nothing but puppies. Just so important to me, that's all I wanted to do. She wasn't the kind of dog that I saw as a match dog as she was growing up, but she showed me that she wasn't going nowhere, and she was a hell of a dog to be breeding too. I liked her better than I liked it Brat, to be honest. As far as producing wise, because the way she was bred. Look at all the yellow. I'm yellow everywhere. I done took my Yellow John shit and evolved it. Kept on evolving it. And as I was doing it, guess what, guys? I'm making marks in the game. I'm changing the game with these moves. I took this bruiser bitch, bred her that little Mayday dog, and got them little puppies right there. I mean, she got, these are her breedings. She produced a lot of dogs. But the thing that we was doing with her, we was getting what we wanted out of her. Baby. First breeding we did with that little young puppy on her first heat was breeding that dog right there. Tell me we're not reinventing the yard. Y'all have already changed from snooty dogs to bully son dogs to some Jeep dogs, back to some Eli dogs. Now we back on the yellow shit. From Yellow John to yellow. Now we add the Mayday. Now we add the buck. But the whole time, guys, pay attention. We never got away from the Jeep shit. We never lost sight of the Jeep shit. What made us like yellow buck, this little buck? He had all the dogs we loved in him, and look at all them winners. Remember, I left a great dog there and came back with a great dog. You know, I must have impressed Stone City because they sure gave me a hell of a dog. They must have knew that we was the right people to get that type of dog too, for not to know me, but watch how I shook up Puerto Rico with the bitch and probably was glad as hell. Because he knew exactly what I did when I bred that bitch to that Mayday bitch. That breeding right there caused a problem. No, they did not like me doing what I did. This is the first breeding when we took a Stone City dog and bred into a Mayday dog. And if you notice, look how far back Mayday is. He in the third down generation, and they still had the nerve to be mad because that's how far that generation went, and nobody still hadn't done it. Third generation, and nobody still hadn't done it. And you sitting there with Champion the Brat on the yard, and y'all getting mad because I did it with dogs not even directly off of Mayday. These are the first Mayday Stone City cross ever made. This is before any of them ever done anything with that line. It's because of these damn puppies right here. The whole litter was hot. The whole litter could not even be on the chain. They had to be on the chain. On the chain at a very early age. All of them are not listed. Like I said, you want to find, I can put in Jefferson's Bucko. That's their litter mate to these dogs. Yellow Day got stolen. D-Day never made the team. And then the little sister, her little sister, she didn't make the team. So all those were, you know, we don't talk about them because once they become deceased, there's nothing else to talk about. So they don't get that kind of room to fall into that discussion. Same with Bud Rogers, Baby's Little Mate brother. You notice them yellow ass dogs. But they never got away from that Mayday going hard look. They all had that going hard look. Because one thing that the going hard dogs was carrying in these dogs. And I don't know about what I guess they all had good mouths. But one damn thing about a going hard dog for damn sure, we was biting the shit out of shit. Yes, we were. Right? These are those puppies. Now, let's talk about them. I said we never got away from the G shit. So now we got Patrick, G, and Yellow. And then we can add even Mayday to the equation now. Because now he had became his own line in itself. We can't just holler Yellow no more. But in our frame of mind, we're still looking at the building off of Yellow. So we have Yellow. We then incorporated the Grand Champion Buck by way of Yellow Buck. And then when you look at the bottom side of the Apache bitch, let me just help you here. Remember, guys, we don't start looking at the mixture until we see it in the dogs. This is the only way you're gonna get the results that we get. That's the Bruiser bitch. That's Sassy Girl's mother. You see all that Jeep? You see that little buck? You see the yellow? The combination? 3 best dogs on the RLM list? Jeep, buck, and yellow. Now, what time you hear me continue going through this whole pedigrees of these dogs, the going hard dogs, saying them 3 names. Jeep, yellow, and buck. You turn around there, you see it, right? That's just the bitch. We take the bitch and breed her to this. And what are we dealing with? G, just in case. We don't want to lose nobody. We don't want to lose nobody. That's Champion Miss Nichols, Champion Miss Nichols' mother. If that ain't a Jeep Rascal, what is it? That's the mother. Miss Nichols' mother, Champion Miss Nichols' mother. You got all the Jeep right there for you. You even got the Rascal there, right? Bring bread to Nico. What's Nico? Jeep. No Jeep. We got yellow. And we got buck. Down there 3/4. I would even say an 1/8 of buck. Because the rest of this shit is all yellow. Yellow sister. Double bread yellow. Rodney. Come on. The right taste. Remember, we're not the ones doing this. They're doing it. We're just taking these dogs that we're catching on to and we're seeing, being that the little buck dog was given to me, this is what they put in my behalf. And this is, I'm pretty sure Jesse and them knew how Red Ace was bred because I told them and I showed them. So for me to be able to come home with a dog like this right here, hey, they thought something of me. They didn't tell me to go home and breed it to a Mayday dog. That's for damn sure. And I probably wouldn't have never got him if they knew that's what I was going to go do. At the time, I didn't have no intentions on doing anything. It was only a puppy. The puppy still had to go through my damn test. Papers didn't mean nothing until he started showing his ass. And then he made me go back in and go back to the drawer and pull him up and look at him again. And understood one thing for damn sure. You breed champion to champion, you're going to be having some champion quality damn dogs if they bred like this. That's for damn sure, because that's exactly what we were getting. It wasn't no hypothesis anymore. It was starting to be evident that when we bred this Mayday dog right here, this shit right here, into that Stone City male, that changed the game. Because after they saw those puppies, is when they took Mayday and bred to Blondie. And Blondie was Yellow Buck's littermate sister. This bitch right here. Yeah, you see how she bred? Yeah, I'm back there in the back. Give me show you all that macho butt shit and all that stuff. When it never happened, if the feud had to continue. After seeing those 6 puppies, they took that female and they bred her. Hold on, I'm trying to pull it up. I'm trying to find macho in them. They was the first ones that was recognized. This is the puppy that came off of that breeding. The first known. See that, right? This was the breeding after seeing those 6 puppies that came to be. Look how it carried. You couldn't ask for nothing better than that one. But guys, trust me when I tell you, this breeding would have never happened if it don't be for me making a very crucial breeding that brought everybody together. It went from being mad at me to seeing the results. From being mad at me, this is Macho before Macho was ever born. So they already knew what they was getting ready to get when they seen them puppies. And see, that's Buck Rogers, one of them 6 puppies. Now y'all gonna sit there and talk about the Macho line and the Evolution line. This is the enthusiasm that made that line come to be. These dogs right here. That 2-time winner that would have been a grand champion if the Lord had let me be. The sports gods would have been nice to me. But in return, it didn't go to avail because they gave me this. And not only did she produce, but Rogers produced too. Now we're looking at a whole different revelating of the dogs. We changed it all this. Look where we come from, guys. That move right there changed the game. And if you think I'm bullshitting, let me show you this. Let's go down here and play with Bruiser. It didn't start right there. It was a continuance from what the Growing Hard Kennels was doing. That's Bruiser, right? Let's go look at Bruiser's offspring. Anybody remember Rob Roy? Pretty sure a lot of you guys should. Oh, Rob Roy. I'm trying to find Romel Buck. Romel. Yeah, champion name. Competition Kennels champion Romel. Let me see. Yeah, the female. Trying to find Romel, guys. That's what I'm trying to. Yeah, find Romel. Champion Romel. While I'm doing that, I'm gonna come over here and highlight. Look here. A lot of that stuff changed when we started. And again, guys, it changed because without the network, nobody would have never been able to pick up on it. You know what I'm saying? Without us networking, remember, it took Stone City and Hardcore to come down and witness something that they was already wanting to come down and see anyway because I did something that was unforgivable. Why would you do this? Man, if I knew you were going to do that, you would have never got a little buck out of me. But I did it and showed them what the results were. And it changed all of them's mind. It didn't stop there. Romel, remember I told you, Sassy comes from a line of the dogs that they were chocolate. Well, this was one of them dogs. Remember I told you I was in touch with Competition Kennels. This guy right here, me and him was good friends. He was the one that helped me get the Apache bitch. Dice bread, champion Romel. Now, y'all seeing the breeding, right? Jeep, yellow, and buck. We're good friends. We talked a lot. Okay? Now, here's the funny thing. Why did I do something that he wasn't thinking about doing until after I done it? Then it changed on his end. Romel Buck champion Shady. I'm going to just go on down the line. He took and bred Romel. And produced this two-time winner. Look how he's bred. You see what I'm talking about now, right? Y'all see it, right? You see Sarah Kill, Little Buzz Little Maid's sister. From the second breed. Little Bucknell was the first breed. Sarah Kill was the second. Now look at that line. Look at that cross. None of this happened until after those 6 puppies. All this is the after effect of what Going Hard Kennels did and showed some important people that we, in the process of us reinventing our yard, and because our connections around everybody, it made a difference because look what you're getting now. So like everybody's on the bandwagon on this move. Gainesville will be the first ones to tell you about them chocolate dogs. Oh, there was probably more. Let's get the sibling up here. Lady Romel, Champion Romel Buck, Mayhem, Lady Romeo, I guess she's an all-around. And then you got Solo Kennels, Engine Joe, 4-time winner. You see that, right? Not surprising to me that when it happened, but all this stuff happened after the right people saw those 6 dogs. And the communication between me and Competition Kennels led to a great outcome for him. Y'all see it right there? It's right there. These are all litter mates. No different, probably better than what I got out of my deal. But it was because of those 6 puppies. While we was reinventing our yard, pissed everybody off, didn't nobody like it. I mean, especially Victor and Stone City. But because we was reinventing our yard, look at what we did and our impact into the game. And these are the points that I'm trying to make. Not only was we the first champion to breed back to her daddy, not only was Brad the first champion off of Mayday, we was also the first people to turn around and bring the Mayday and the Stone City Cross dogs that y'all still talking about today, the Evolution, Chico, Lopez, and all that started. Ideal, the bickering, the fighting all came to an end. And Going Hard Kennels introduced not dogs directly off of Mayday. Not one of them dogs was directly off of Yellow Buck or Grand Champion Buck. None of them. It was just a line of me taking those 2 dogs and bringing them together, pissing them off because that was not supposed to happen, and coming up with those dogs, them 6 puppies, and showing them 6 puppies. And for them 6 puppies, Competition Kennels took their shit and ran to Stone City. And goddamn it, they went over there with Mayday and ran his ass over there to goddamn Blondie. Based on what they heard and what they saw from Going Hard Kennels. And what was Going Hard Kennels doing? Trying to reinvent their own yard. And in the process of them reinventing their own yard, they reinvented the game. For those who don't know that, I'm pointing it out. Definitely showing you receipts. Check them for yourself. It is what it is. Not bragging about it. I'm not. It's just the fact that I was in a network of guys. Remember, this is not Ohio. This is not Michigan. This is not New York. I'm down here in Florida doing this. Reinventing right here in Florida. Showed you what I did in Ohio. Showed you what I used coming out of Ohio. Showing you what I came out of North Carolina with. My mindset of reinventing don't mean that I'm going to take a piece of shit and try to make something out of it. My mindset says, I'll get rid of all this shit and start all over. Because my point ain't to have pretty puppies and pretty pedigrees. That was never my purpose. Never my purpose. It was my belief in the dog that I was getting and the proof that they were making. Stone City, I would have never made that cross with Little Buck if Little Buck wasn't shit. All right? I'm just saying to you like that. And evidently, y'all gave me a hell of a dog when you gave me Little Buck. You see this chocolate ass shit here? This chocolate stuff right here? The only 2 dogs in that litter, I said Sassy Girl and Menace. Menace was that color right there. He was chocolate. First time we had a chocolate dog, and it's a line to this day. To this very day, people. Hold on, let me see if I can pull him up. You can come back over here for a minute with y'all. To this very day, that chocolate shit runs deep into Going Hard dogs. Why do they go in there? Because at some point, I don't know how it crossed with Romeo, but it did because the Sassy was bred to Little Mayday. I mean, Red Ace Daddy, Little Matty, bred to that Apache bitch, coming off a bruiser, produced a chocolate dog. A chocolate dog. And that chocolate dog was producing chocolate dogs. I'm trying to pull him up. That's the one, the only one throwing now. I'm trying to bring this chocolate dog up. Matter of fact, the best place to go grab the chocolate dog is to go somewhere I know. And this is a dog that's here in 2022. So I'm gonna start with him. I'm gonna work my way back. The dog right here is Gainesville's Blue. He's a 2-time winner. All right. This is our Blue bred. Give you a chance to take a look at it. Remember, y'all seen Gotta Eat on our show. Even he told you, me and him used to speak about breeding the Mayday dogs back into the Boyles dogs. We was talking about it. He wanted to do it. Actually, we did it. We had a dog named Speedy. A Gotta Eat dog bred to a Going Hard dog before it was ever done. Here's the bottom side. Look at the bottom side. That double Mayday, the double made to. This is the point that I'm trying to make. This part right in here. I'm trying to find my boy Menace. I'm looking for Hershey. Yeah, I don't see Hershey in this one. Hold on, fellas. I gotta go find Hershey. Hold on, let me go find Hershey. Hershey was a dog that came out of one of those breedings of those chocolate dogs. And from it was the Gainesville now, okay? I'm trying to find Menace. Mm-hmm. I know this pedigree like the back of my hand. I'm using that on this. Gotta go line up Sassy, then come back through there by that way. Give me a minute here, fellas. You know, when you move around here on these pads, you just be like, yeah, after a while, all of them look the same. I'll be right with you. Right. Let's see. Some of these are not carried forward. Yeah, get back over here to Sassy and then work my way back. So I gotta find it. It's Menace and Sassy. They're the only ones in that litter. No, I got it. All right, sorry about that. Thanks, fellas. Yeah, the only 2 dogs is in that breeding right here. There go Sassy Girl and there go Menace. Menace was a chocolate dog. And the way I see it, it came somewhere from this down here. And we know why, because the relationship between Sassy and Pan's Nasty, I think that's probably where it comes from. Why? Because there's Champion Romeo. That's where I think it came from. Right there. Champion Romeo was a chocolate dog, wasn't he? So if he came by chocolate, this is where it comes from, right here. Right there. We know why. And it probably even got in stronger. But Menace, let me just go ahead and click on a couple of his offsprings, because I didn't keep Menace because he was cold. Bred Menace to, this is a Going Hard breeding right here. Hershey. Gainesville Hershey, Nate's Hershey. That's how she's bred. Bred by going hard. You see me go back in there and get that wild side shit? You see me go back in there and get that yellow stuff? And then you see me go back in there and get the Jeep stuff. You see it in there? Wasn't by accident. It was not by accident. You see what we're trying to do? This dog right here is the dog that lost the lock and load. But thank God, you know, I was able to breed him, because for guys who don't know, this is a pretty bad bitch right here. Back on that lock stuff again. You noticing that, guys? Huh? That network? See the champion outlaw dog. Yellow. Bred to the Cunningham stuff. Don't be sleeping. Mountain Man. Swenson's Holly. For those who don't know, let's go tag into this. Remember, these are all ADBAs, so I got a chance to sit down and look at them. If you're noticing, guys, one thing I had in common, did you notice I play around with the people that I know? There's a network. These dogs weren't just thrown together. See that? Takes you all the way back to the little Jeep bitch I had, don't it? I just kick over right quick and remind you why I was so stuck on it. That's Goldie. Red Sonia. You see the niggerino? Well, got it. Don't forget. See those K pieces here? That's called a guy paying attention. That's called a guy paying attention. You know what I mean? Again, my partner had this bitch. Then I got her. And what's her offspring? Bred Menace, nothing but Hershey. I'm gonna go over to here because maybe Gameville's got the offsprings. I'm gonna try. Hold on, let me go back to her first. What's up, Red Bobby? You see me going through y'all shit. Hey, what's up, baby? Yeah, I'm going through. I'm walking him down that line. See, these was my little proteges back then, guys. They the one got their hands on these dogs and ran with them. Hershey. I'm trying to find the offsprings. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Made good breedings with Hershey. Look like they're trying to follow the same trail. See the Stone City crosses coming through there? You see Paul Creek Storm. That's the same storm up here, I'm pretty sure. Nico Jr. Oh, we was all breeding the Nico Jr. now. Trust me. I'll show you where during that same time I was breeding the Nico Jr. Hershey. What I tell you, what do you see there? POR, bitch. Chocolate. Two champions and a two-time winner. And probably have more than that. Just wanted to bring this one to your attention. Because again, what we got here again, G, Yellow, and Buck. That's Hershey. Hershey, a going hard dog, cannot deny the fact. Hershey is a going hard dog, a going hard line. Producing, definitely. I'm too fine. Let's get back to her. Pull out another one here. I like Sunny. Go pull up Sunny. May 2 is still, that's still May 2. That ain't no different. You look, he's still, that's Mayday and Brat. But he's not in going hard's hands no more. If you had the pedigree, you would still see the same thing that we always seen, you know. But it's not me doing this. Yeah, I bred it, but I'm not the one doing this. But it's a network. It ain't like they didn't know what they knew exactly what they was doing because they grew up around it. These are dogs that they came into the game messing with, going hard line. And this is them now. Look what we already seen a PR off of Hershey. Now here's a daughter off of Hershey. Here's a daughter off of Hershey being bred back into a double May 2 dog. Going hard dog, right? One thing for damn sure, we know what she could do. She produced one. He produced one. Again, Hershey. A chocolate shit. And check out the way they're breeding. Now they're down there reinventing their yard because they're taking the going hard stuff to a whole nother level. When we up here in 2022, let me jump back up to the very beginning, dealing with a chocolate and white dog. That's a two-time winner named Blue. Still dealing with a double May 2 dog on the bottom, coming by way, again, with that out cross of the wacko stuff. Bull stuff on the top and the very tip bottom. Come on. You cannot go wrong. This is why they are successful in 2022. This is still a going hard dog on the bottom in 2022 producing this dog here. Based off of the dogs that you didn't have to have a big litter to do this shit with. Not one time through this whole thing, guys, did I ever play with a big litter to do this. Right? And we still dealing with a double Mayday dog. I mean, we're talking about May 2. Don't forget. Don't forget. Maybe don't get it mixed up. Going hard May 2 and that other Gainesville May 2 are the same dog. Maybe spelled different, but ain't changing the fact that that's still May 2. Put a picture there, see if I can get a picture of her. But that's what today. Champion what today being bred. I mean, Baby being bred, the Stone City Cross being bred back into the Mayday shit. Now look how we brought it back. We took that same Mayday stuff and did no different than what everybody else started trying to do. It was when we took Baby and bred the May 2. Didn't have a lot of puppies over that one, but guess what? We had a destroyer. I do have a picture of what today when she was a puppy. She's in one of the other pedigrees. I'll probably be able to pick it up off of not this one off of Baby. Let's see if I can pick it off of this one. There's two of them here. I don't think so. There. Baby there. There she goes. There she goes. That's what it is, 6 months. You can just like a Mayday dog. She got them growing hard ears. And the good thing about it, fellas, is even though this dog was bred on the yard, the thing that I give credit for is this is old shit. But to be able to sit there and talk about Blue in 2022, I call that an accomplishment. To sit back and watch May 2 produce champions, I call that an accomplishment. You know, one thing I've had an opportunity to have in my years in the dog game, is success. Being able to take what I had and making the best of it, but would not hesitate to reinvent what I was doing to make it even better. Now, in this pedigree right here, you're looking at years later, somebody reinventing it with the same personal concept, and thank God, I can look at it and say, hey, that's a guy right there that I mentored. All these years later, still doing something that's working, so you cannot say that the going hard yard was gone. Now, if I had a reason to come back and if I wanted to come back, I would always knock on that door first because I know what he has. I know he has a very important piece to the puzzle. He can put me right back into going hard power with what he has. And that's them straws off of May 2.
Shout out to Gainesville.
Shout out to Gainesville. Shout out to my boy from Gainesville.
Red Bobby.
Red Bobby in the house. Red Bobby, throw a salute out there, man. Red Bobby in the house, throw a salute. Because they are the ones that's moving forward. They are the ones, if I wanted to reinvent my yard, I would reinvent it by knocking on that door first. Because I don't have to go through years of pain and suffering when my boys are still out here all these years later cracking heads. They might, if they ever do him to make champion, I'd be happy as hell. But I would breed to him right now if I had a bitch. I'd breed that dog right there, right now. That chocolate and white dog. That chocolate and white dog. Remember, guys, everything that I'm talking about is true fact. Everything I'm telling you. From the chocolate shit to the breedings, and the whole time while this was going on, I'm trying to reinvent my yard just so I can play. It didn't have a damn thing to do with the papers. You go grab the papers when you go find you got a badass dog. Oh shit, let me go hot dog bread again. Okay, that's when I jump and grabbing these. Prior to that, that shit might be sitting in the drawer, and by the time we go to tossing up trash, guess what? If it ain't got nothing on it, ain't did shit, then it ain't worth having. And I made a lot of breeds. I ain't gonna say all my dogs, everything came out perfect, but one thing, I didn't have a bunch of damn puppies. And I called my yard hard, and I kept the best of the best, and I put the best on the best. And if the best is the only way it can come out is the best, then that's what we're breeding to. And that's why in 2022, I can still sit there and not the only Mayday dog I can walk around. I can go around and start pulling out a whole lot of going hard stuff that everybody follow through a network. It's a fact, through a network, and continue this blood. And made dogs all wins and registered mayors and champions off of going hard blood, showing you that what I was doing when I was reinventing my yard never changed from the time that I came back out of here with them snooty dogs. The mindset of me wanting to get back into the box and going back to playing is the only thing I ever had on my mind. And I could not stand walking out there feeding some shit-ass dog. Give a damn how he was bred, because the papers didn't mean nothing until the dog became relevant. And you was not relevant on my yard until you proved that you deserved to be in that change space. And a lot of dogs didn't. You don't hear us talking about them because there was to talk about. I mean, I could kill every dog on my yard and just whoop them right out the door because it didn't none of this shit work. When I say kill it, I ain't talking about killing dogs, everybody. I'm talking about killing the line. Chopping it right down. It ain't working, I got to stop. How many years of this shit I'm gonna be waiting before I get back out there? Who? Oh. Mike wanted me to pull this one up for y'all, because he just likes Psycho. Mike let his dog right here, y'all, so much. You know, through our reinventing, we never did get a chance to breed this dog. Remember all them great dogs y'all done seen me with? And I never got a chance to breed them before they got stolen or something bad happened to them? Well, remember, guys, I was not a breeder. Here's a dog right here. That was on my yard, and at one time did I ever get a chance to breed him. Not once. But that was one mother badass dog right there, gentlemen. And for guys, you can go back to the videos, to the Gotta Eat video, and you'll hear from somebody other than me how bad that dog was. You know, you have people sit down and give me the interview, and they would ask me, well, name the two best shows you ever seen. And I ain't speaking on Queen and them right there, because they were. But the best one that I ever seen prior to this one was Radar and Martell. I was there the same show that McNasty talks about. Rest in peace, bro. But I was at the same show that he talked about when they asked him during his interview, a very scarce interview when, you know, not too many people ever had an opportunity to ever talk to him about stuff. And I will be bringing that to the forefront one day, guys, about that interview that they had with McNasty. Thanks to Fat Bill. Fat Bill had it published in his book. Again, thanks to Fat Bill. So if you know the American Game Dog Times, it was the interview to McNasty. He'll tell you one of the greatest matches he ever saw, best ones at least, was Martell and Radar, Abraham's Radar. And I think Martell came from the same line as Pepper. But it was a great show. It was one of the best I ever seen far as what I call bulldog gamers on the highest level. But to be a part of it, that's what surpassed. This dog right here surpassed that one. And the only reason it surpassed him, because I was a part of it. I was a part of it. I seen this dog right here put me on the level to me, that I was a badass dog man. This dog right here proved to me that I can whoop your ass short and I can whoop your ass long. You don't never know how long this thing is going to take to win one. But this day right here, we had two great dogs running into each other. And I came and I prevailed. But this dog right here, this was my greatest match. And you see how he's bred. Y'all see how he's bred. He still got the dollar in him and he's the Eli dog. All on the top half. You know, champion Mikey. Yes, if I could have got that dog home, if I could have just made it home with him. I made it home with him. I just didn't make it out of the car with him. We jumped out and chased that cat and dropped dead in the middle of the run. But look how he's bred on the top. They had him on the yard with all that other great shit, y'all. Think about the dogs that I was not able to breed because I was thinking about the matches and not the breeds. I was thinking about being a hunter and not a breeder. He was on the yard long enough to be bred, guys, to many bitches. I think when we saw Dum Dum, remember this dog stopped two dogs, two-time winners off the chain. It stopped them in less than 15 minutes, both of them. This dog right here. Yet we seen the same dog go on Dum Dum from deep south, and he had his hands full with that damn puppy. Yeah, that bad motherfucker right there had his hands full with a puppy. And you hear the story. That bad boy right there had his hands full with an 11-month-old puppy that I said was going to be a champion, and turned out to be, I was right. Because you can handle a dog like that right there, there's nothing else going to beat you. And then nothing else beat him. Then nothing else beat that puppy. That puppy turned out to be a 3-time winner, champion, Dum Dum, and he had no problem winning his championship. Deep South, they're my boys. And when we check them hard. But that day right there, that was a hell of a check, because maybe that's why we didn't breed him. Maybe that was the reason why we didn't breed this dog. Because what we seen, bad as this dog was, he had a hard time. That puppy, he made that puppy look good. But one thing for damn sure, when it come down to it, no. That dog right there is a badass dog right there, y'all. Just letting you know. The gator dog he went into was a great dog, and it was a great show. For those who seen it, you know what I mean? It's definitely one of my best, and if not my greatest match. Because it showed me that I can win against my own keep. That I can win against a dog that I consider a breeding that I put in somebody's yard that I consider was great. I can sit there and show you that same dog, the dog that this dog beats, Little May's sister, produced a champion and a grand champion. The dog that we beats Little May's sister. And in that conversation, the same conversation, I can sit there and say there's a connection between the dog that we beat and the dog that came out of all this in the same network. That match was a part of a network that was already, the dog itself was part of a network that was going on our network. The dog itself that we beat, you see him down there, very game and badass. 3 hours and 17 cents against a very badass dog off the champion gator. Off the champion gator. Okay? And the reason why I'm going over this, because remember I was talking about the networks, right? I always hear networking. And in this networking, you ain't no reason why you can't have better dogs. There's no excuse why you shouldn't have better dogs. The whole time you hear me saying that. I keep reminding you guys of that. You can't get around that. You can't get over that. There's no way you're gonna get around it. You need your network. You gotta have some guys that you gotta be able to pay attention to and watch. And you gotta work your hand. And you got that network, you got guys that can help you because they doing what you're doing. We're all trying to check our shit. As we checking our shit, we gonna see things that everybody else gonna see.
Very colorful.
Yeah, we do got. There are pretty pedigrees. Now, keep it in mind. But the only time they become pretty is when you get the results that you're looking for. That was the fun thing about all this, y'all. Okay. I'm over here running down May 2 shit. I just wanted to point out just a few things. Just a few things as I'm running down through May 2. Champion 30 Day Special. Champion What a Day. I just wanted the one I was directing, really going after y'all, was this one, Citrus Kennels. One time went and break back then and carnivore. Off of May 2. Or Offspring. 2-time winning brick. If I could blow up that picture, y'all would you seen his body. This is the body that I put on him the night before he went in the missing link. Look how he bred. Networking. All right? Same old concept. You're going to get the same old results. Sibling. Another one. Little May sister. Go on hard Kennels carnivore. Look at her. I had one. He had one. He bred them. You see it. Here's a surprise. When they did this move here, see this breeding, this bitch right here. Her little May brother went 3 hours and 17 minutes. Her little May brother. This is the dog that her little May brother is the one cycle went 3 hours and 17 minutes with. Her little May brother. You know how I know the little May brother? Because I got this bitch right here. If anybody remember the old pro show when they tried to tell us somebody was running around here with a lumpy. For those guys that's been around that long, y'all see lumpy right here. Lumpy was in Florida. I don't know who everybody else, what Lumpy they had, but remember I said all going hard dogs was ADBA. There wasn't too much they could say about that. And that saying that Lumpy they had did not produce this bitch. That's for damn sure. But you see that bitch has a pedigree number. You see that, right? That's an ADBA registration number. So don't nobody get that shit twisted. Twin went into a dog and went 3 hours and 17 minutes with the he made possible to get down here in Florida by bringing this bitch. Full of these puppies that y'all looking at. And let me show you her offspring. Three dogs. Just bred the two dogs. Just bred the two dogs. Maytu and Hammer. Produce Evo to produce match dogs. A producer, and she produced match dogs. A 6-time winner and a champion. Both from reputable kennels. If you don't know the Yankee boys, why you're very young. Very young. But look at that shit, guys. And here's another part of that story. You see this bitch right here? Gainesville stopped that bitch when she was a young dog. Yeah. Gainesville stopped that dog when she was young. The boy ended up getting rid of her. And look what he got rid of. See, there's a network here, fellas. There is a network. You see, there's a web that it all comes together. I was there that day that bitch quit. You know, you put one on a pedestal, and we had a rookie that had her, and he was learning. He was learning, but he was not learning the right way. He wanted to be pumpy and spiky like us, but we had already been paying our dues. Gainesville went over there. You know, I'm always call him Gainesville because I think that's the kennel he goes by now, but he's been through several names, 50-50. You know, they gave several names, but, you know, he's still my man. And there's a story to all this shit, and he's part of it. But look what that bitch did. And the same dog produced that shit is the same litter mate that we went 317 with. They gave us one of the best shows that we ever had, on top of the fact that he was on our keep. So not only does it speak for itself on what he did with us, it speaks for itself for what the sister was about. It speaks for itself about what kind of dog champion Gator was, being he was also the daddy of the Blackjack and many other great dogs. All the way down to breeding the Maytu, and breeding Maytu, bringing that Citrus Kennels Evo, what she did her part. And right now, till 2022, those dogs still exist. Bred back into, again, something that we did. Why wouldn't he be bred? That bitch knowing us, knowing the story, knowing about surprise, and evil. Come on. There's a going hard network, reinventing. When you reinvent, and you reinvent on a level that we was reinventing our line on, our dogs on, our mentality to want to be hunters, was changing the game in many ways. And we weren't no big kennel. And the reason why I'm going over this shit tonight, guys, on a Friday, It's because I have so many guys in this room that like to be quiet and not say much and try to remember we already talked about, you know, you keeping your what you say, your recipe to yourself. All right? Well, this is what it look like when you don't try to keep your recipe to yourself. Because I didn't try to keep my recipe to myself. Because when it was working for me, I open my shit out there and let everybody see it and talking about that shit. I turned on my young guys that looked at me as a mentor and gave them something to go look at and pay attention to and study. You know, I didn't mind my recipe getting out there. I didn't keep it a secret. And yeah, I can say I was a game changer in many things that changed the game to the point that it don't be no macho buck if it don't be no twin. And if it had came, it could have came at a different time in a different era and it could have got totally different results. And that's the honest to God's truth. Based on what they saw in them 6 puppies, reinvented the game. Because through that in itself came evolution, Chico, and all the macho stuff, all the macho buck stuff, all the Ramel buck stuff. All these dogs came based on what Going Hard Kennels did. And all Going Hard Kennels wanted to do was match dogs. All Going Hard Kennels wanted to do was continue having dogs to play, not to be some breeder. Once he got a good dog, then he went and got the papers. That's when the papers mattered, and only that time only did it matter. When it came to breeding, we felt the same way. That's why you see a lot of Going Hard dogs being bred to a lot of Going Hard dogs, but you also see people adding their stuff to the Going Hard dogs too. And what we didn't mind snatching and grabbing. So you're not afraid to reinvent your yard. Then that means you're willing to go and throw everything out and start all over again. And if you're willing to throw everything out and start all over again, then you will be successful. Because what you threw out made the biggest part of you being a success. The ability to get rid of shit that ain't working. And the only way you're gonna know it ain't working is you gotta be putting that shit down and make sure that you are being true to yourself. Not everybody else with a lie. Don't go be putting shades on because you don't want to see the truth. If you do that, then there's gonna be questions that you didn't answer because you bothered not to look further enough to go get the truth. And that's the only way you're gonna make a difference in this game. Like those 6 little puppies. Oh yeah, y'all mad at me for doing it, but you're not mad at me now, you're thanking me. Because I enlightened a lot of people. And yet you can tell everything had a connection from Michigan to Ohio, North Carolina, to Rochester, Buffalo, DC, Virginia, down to Florida. That's Going Hard Kennels. That's Going Hard Kennels. There's my network of some of the greatest dog men in the history of the dog game. That's right. And why am I part of such a big network? Because my will to win like they were winning. My will to want to have the dogs that they were having. And guess what? Because I was paying attention and wanted it just like they did, well, I got it like I got it. And I was never and never have been, never claimed to be anything close to what my mentors were to me. I just want to be a better mentor to you guys because I got to keep my legacy going. I got all these guys behind me that I come up here and brag about every time I get on this show about the guys who made me who I am and tell you all the crazy shit about this game and all this stuff from all these people. And this is for you new guys that didn't know nothing about Going Hard and about reinventing your own yard. Go back to video 1 of the Going Hard videos, when I sat down and explained a lot of things about us and a lot of things about who I am, and I know we have a lot of people who's always dropping in here that's new, and then I didn't want to go back to my whole expose, but it was time for me to start going back on touching bases on certain things when everybody always looked at me as being just a Mayday man. I was far from being a Mayday man. And if you look at these pedigrees, that ain't just Mayday dogs. I don't even know why y'all call them going Mayday dogs when they're not. They're Going Hard dogs. You understand what I'm saying? So for all you macho buck lovers and, you know, that whole line of them right there. The whole line. Gainesville and Going Hard Kennels. Gainesville and Going Hard Kennels. He wasn't even called Gainesville at the time, but if you know him as Gainesville, then he Gainesville today. The Gainesville and Going Hard Kennels. Them two right there, along with my silent partner. Between them three people right there, we sat back and did all this. They sat back and watched me and my partner do it while Gainesville was the student learning and developing, growing. Champion Skins, Champion Maychew, Champion 38, Champion Jimmy. Gainesville. Why? Because he was part of that network. Why? Because he understood one thing, and one thing clear. Papers don't mean shit. We start grabbing papers when we come back and be like, Dad, did you see what that motherfucker did last night? What was the hot deep bread again? The only time it made it was even relevant. And they stuck to that. And that's why I'm looking at blue in 2022. That's my point. And everything I've been trying to tell you guys tonight was to show you them colors make a difference. Them colors make a difference. There ain't a damn dog up there that's in color that ain't got an attribute behind it. We don't even have to look at them close. Just know the pedigree is built right. So we just got an idea. We can just look at it and see. I could have dug deeper than this, guys. I could have went and started going into these lines right here and show you how this shit's still out there winning. I could have spent another 2 days going out here pulling out 38 Special, pulling out Champion Jimmy, pulling out so many other dogs that's out there. You know, I bred the Nico Jr. I got puppies coming by way of that. You know, they went out there. Nico Jr., what was his name? Yellow Nico. Yeah, Yellow Nico, Nasty Nick. Off of Nico Jr. and Sassy Girl. You got the Twisted dog.
Elrod.
You got Elrod, you got Twisted. You don't, no, hold on, let me just, before I finish out the night. I was already talking about my peoples. But I talked about these dogs right here before. The shit. You had the brat and then you had the shit. If I had stayed in the game just a little longer to finish this dog's career right here, there's been 2 dogs I could have finished. The last 2 match dogs I had on my yard, I sold. But now with the shit and Twisted. Twisted Nico. You see that brain right there? Again, the network. What I say I had on my yard when they saw them 6 puppies? Hardcore and Stone City. Hardcore and Stone City. And what do you see down there? What do you see down there? Hardcore and Stone City. The 2 witnesses, the scene, history being made. Because what they saw, they ran back and told everybody. And what happened in that instant changed the game. It put the beef out the window and made shit happen to change the game. And again, this is the reinventing of the yard. This is after Little Buck and Baby and all them.
Gucci said he was.
Who's that? Lucy, what's up, twin? I would love for you to come see my yard over in Arkansas. And guess what? You down there with M&M, the Masons. I'll come to your yard. Send me your address. Go send me an email, man. We'll talk. I want to go see the Masons anyway. I'll come see you. I say, any man that wants to be a dog, man, I'm coming. Hey, yeah, I would love to see your yard. I want to be part of your story. Like these guys, I'm a part of these guys' stories. A lot of them long gone. A lot of these guys still here, and a lot of them will tell you I'm not lying. Not only these two, these were great dogs. Look how they were bred. Again, look at the color. We couldn't get nigh them, Black. Don't know why. We never could change that. We tried. We never got it fixed. But one thing for damn sure, it ain't no crazy color. They ain't got no business there. But look at the breeding. This is still a network. These are still the guys that I knew. I went up to Virginia, and got her. From a good friend down here. I wouldn't even know about him if it don't be for him. I wouldn't know about her if it don't be for me chasing May May. This is the guy that knocked off Chi-Chi, Fat Bill's Chi-Chi. He's also the one that not only did he have Sugar, he had Mayday's daughter, Champion May May. This is the guy that beat him. Good friend. Remember I told you about the guy I gave a breeding to? The Windy City and Jake the Snake. They all owed me breedings. This is the guy I was giving them to. That's how I mean by network. Friends. Friends. Deep South. If there was ever a time that I would call Deep South / going hard, I would have to say that would be the slash. Because I said Deep South / going hard. Because they have more greater Mayday dogs than I did. They did far greater things with them dogs than I did. And respect and appreciation of trusting me and what I was telling them will always be honored by me and respected. They will always be my brothers. And the things that I was able to do in my connection with them was another story in itself. We did great things. I got a chance to see great dogs. So yes, fellas, look at this shit. Look at them colors. Look at them formulas. I ain't show you one of too much of nothing. I showed you something that was a bunch of something instead of nothing. And everything that I'm telling you had a story. Everything I'm telling you had an expectation. Everything I did showed you that I was not trying to be a breeder. And my I guess toward to being a good dog man as a hunter made me a great breeder. That's what it did. Because it made me put my standards of expectation at a level that had to be in equal limits and control of all these other guys that was teaching me. I remember, I'm still looking at that shit. Remember, I saw Queen when she beat Pepper, but I also seen Pepper before Queen got to her. And would have never believed Queen could have came in and did what she did to Pepper. Did you ever find a story about me nasty and them talking about them dogs? Did you ever find them people talking about what Pepper was? You know, you would put that connection between Pepper and Shady Lady. Because to me, it was more like Shady Lady could have got with Pepper and had her hands full. There was a reason why Rubble didn't run his ass back up there with Shady Lady after shit. Goddamn Lou lost. Champion Lou lost. the queen. All right? And believe me, Pepper was like a shady lady. And I seen Pepper get dismantled with no problem. Spit out. So I'm telling you, don't think that Shady Lady would have ever had a chance. When I seen Shady Lady, you know, being a great dog, but I saw Pepper. And I'm telling you, Pepper and Shady Lady was like this right here. And it was not enough to cover what goddamn Queen was like. Because Queen was up here. Just like she did Lou, she'd have did Shady Lady. What she did to Pepper and Lou, she'd have did the Shady Lady. So it's just the fact that I was able to see this kind of dog and be right there with them. To sit there and see Bo, when I first met me, you know, Roadblock, you know, they had a champion out there. You know, he had just won his championship. The first real Michigan show I saw was Bo. And I seen Bo when he beat King David. And it was that same, I don't know if it was the same night, but it might have been. But I know I seen King David lose to Bo. And then I seen Champion Tater. I seen Champion Joey. I was caught up in the show up there with, you know, the Abe's when we got ready. I mean, it's just a big ass story, man. That I would love to be able to sit down and write a book like Fat Bill and all those great Kennels, man. That just like, which is really most of the white guys that do it, you know. Maybe because us black folks ain't got nobody to sit down and write our words. I can't sit down and write like that. All I can do is put out a video, y'all, and just explain this shit to y'all and hope like hell that somebody one day can put these videos together and get us some type of a book out of this shit, you know? Because what I did in the game, man, it might spread around, and I was the nobody. I never tried to be anybody.
We have fun.
We had fun.
Yeah. Look, guys. The purpose of this show tonight, when we were talking about reinventing, had a lot to do with a lot of people talk about that hiding or keeping their secrets.
They recipe.
They recipe, like it's all that damn special. Your recipe ain't shit if you ain't doing nothing with it. Period. That's why we get on here and we listen. Yeah, I read all the chats. Y'all help me create what we do on these shows. But then we show you your flaws because you ain't doing it like this. You can't fool that shit on an old dog, man, who know. So we're going to bring it to your attention because you can't change nothing we showed you tonight. Can't change shit because that is history. Fact. Can't change it. It is what it is. You see it for yourself.
We wasn't hiding nothing.
I ain't got to hide shit. Tell you what we did, how we did it, what we was doing, who we was doing it with. You don't hear us hiding no shit. We showing you shit. Now, did anybody learn anything from that? That's the key. Because you're going to realize something. We didn't get what we was getting by doing nothing. We got there by doing something.
Networking, the talking, and being around the right people.
Everything that we tried to tell you from video one, we have given you fact and receipts. You can't go back and talk no shit. You can't go up and say, oh, they wasn't doing shit. And you better be careful how you talk, because you know we still can do some shit. So, the purpose of reinventing your yard is to stop and take a look at this video one day, and then go out and actually look at your yard and know that you are listening to some real dog men. For real. You can't ever say, well, ain't nobody ever told us shit. Well, no, it's a whole bunch of videos back there that we've been trying to tell you from day one, the very first video. It's just a matter of who willing to sit down and actually take what we're saying serious and actually try. Because that's exactly what we did when it came down to all the people that we ran with. Yeah. Y'all can't change that. Because it's our history. But it's fact. Ain't hiding shit. Put it all on the table. You can talk about it all you want, but until you do what we've done, you're just another person talking shit. And we be calling you on that. So we put that shit to the test if you ever want to bring it to the light. Because we hunters. We were never breeders. So while you hide your whack-ass recipes, all you doing is hiding your shit. Remember, I always said the dog is like the owner.
Right. It'd be different if you was out there winning with something.
Or working with something, or had something to work with.
And, you know, I can see you want to swap out papers and shit. As long as you give me one, I can win. Well, I don't care how you breed that shit.
Hell no. As long as he's winning.
As long as it's winning.
The only way you're going to find out how is do what?
You got to win your damn self.
You got to get out there and have the heart to go win your damn self. Quit talking about it. Start being about it. Create your own damn receipts. Now, how you going to hide that? How? Is it possible? And after all these years and all what we done showed you, can't nobody hide that shit. It was out there for everybody to see. And when we did it, guess what? They turned around and did it. When they wasn't the only ones who did it, it was a whole lot of people that's doing it. Hell, y'all still doing it to this day. Shut up with that bullshit of hiding your shit. That's why you ain't got shit. The only person to believe in that shit is you. Hello? We're trying to get you in a mind frame, fellas. That's all.
Recipe don't mean shit.
Recipe don't mean shit if it ain't doing shit. Don't get yourself fooled. Don't get yourself caught up in all the hype, because that's that new shit.
Right, them old dog men. They was swapping out papers with winners. They wasn't selling garbage. They was putting winners in your hand that have fake papers. They wasn't sending out no curve with no fake papers. They was sending out winners with fake shit, because they didn't want them to take them winners and learn their recipe. Far different than what y'all trying to talk about with holding up, y'all trying to keep on secret of what you got on your yard. We're talking about dogs that came out of their yard that was great dogs.
How you think we got them?
Right. Come on, no, that was something totally different when I heard you guys talking about, y'all and y'all recipe. Well, you know what? Y'all ain't got much of a recipe here in 2022, because there ain't much out here to be talking about. There is not no such thing as a real network that y'all could ever pull off the shit that we pulled off to ever really make a difference. Remember, nobody's made a fucking difference above all the great kennels out there. All the great guys was doing something at one time. We took a beef that kept the game apart and put it together our goddamn self to bring them guys together to change the damn game.
Only because we knew them, though.
That's right. Always a step ahead of everybody. We got the Mayday, got the Brat. First champion, turn around, ran right back to her daddy. First champion bitch to get bred back to her daddy. Still can't say that went to a waste, because we got Maytu out here. Still, who are we? We ain't STP. I ain't Stone City. I ain't motherfucking hardcore. I ain't none of them guys. Roadblock, Abraham, Slick City. I ain't none of them. None of them. None of them.
We just going on.
But imagine if you took all them kennels and you injected into me. That nobody's a whole lot of somebody with a whole lot of somebody in it. You take all them people that I know. By the time I got to Florida, how seasoned and how ready I was to make a difference. And I was able to do that.
And did it well.
Did it well.
And had fun doing it. And truly tell you. We don't want you guys to make the mistakes that we made. We don't want you to have the excuse that don't nobody want to talk to y'all when we sit on here every Tuesdays and Fridays and tell you no more than what we've done. That's all. That's it. No more than what we've done. We appreciate you coming. We appreciate you always listening. And for those who haven't started from the very first video and worked your way up until now, you're missing out a whole lot
of information. You sure
a lot of information.
You need to go back and look at that information, fellas. It's there.
It's there.
Everything we ever done. We talk about it. We talk about the people. I am not no self-proclaimed dog man. I am a product of a great bunch of dog men that I sucked so much information out of that they turned me into something that I have a part of all of them that I have to say. Thank you.
That's all.
Thank you for letting me be a part. That goes from every city that I be naming.
How can you not be proud of that kind of fraternity, fellas, when you got the receipts and you see what it has done? Y'all ain't doing nothing nowhere close to what we showed y'all tonight. How this conversation all started. How to reinvent your yard. Understand what we're trying to tell you. All the times that we have reinvented Going Hard Kennels over the years. And once you know something, can't nobody never take it away from you. Because now you know. And what we're trying to do is take away that excuse. Well, ain't nobody told me shit. They don't want to talk to us. We talk to you every Tuesday and Friday. What? Huh? Mo? Come on, man. Who they trying to fool with that bullshit, bro?
Yeah, they've been doing it long enough. Now, I mean, I wouldn't say long enough. We ain't been doing it even 4 months yet.
Man, we ain't got 200-something videos. We ain't been doing this that long.
We ain't got 50 videos.
No, I think we're coming up on 49 with some of the, the little extras.
With the little shorts.
The shorts and shit. Yeah.
Full videos, we ain't got 50.
No. But look, man, we want everybody to get something. We're trying to save a dying breed of the game. Try to make the game a little bit more competitive. That's all. Don't care what you're doing, how you're doing, and ain't here to tell you what you're doing is wrong. What we're trying to do is give you something that y'all feel like y'all lacking, and that is the knowledge. And when it's coming for free, again, that's why we appreciate the ones who take that time out to hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit some donations. You know what I'm saying? Look, for everybody who want us to look at their pedigrees, it's not that we don't be wanting to look at the pedigrees and all that, because it's not about all that for us. It's not about that. We want you to look at your own shit. Tell you how to look at your shit. And when you look at your shit, can you be proud of what you have done? Because when you're proud of what you're doing and how you're doing it, you ain't scared of nobody. You don't care who the hell they got or what they got. That's the mind frame we're trying to tell you, because where the hell you think we got it from? We keep telling you where we got it from. Because if we didn't get it from them, where the hell we get all these great dogs from? When we show the shit that we was working with, you ain't seeing no bullshit. It's proven shit. And you cannot hide it. It ain't meant to be hidden. It's meant to be put to fucking work.
Like they was doing.
That's what they was doing. We went did nothing no more than what they was already doing. I'm trying to tell you that.
Mm-hmm.
It don't come no better than that, fellas. This ain't no makeup story. This story been written already. Ain't nothing in the past that we can go back and change, including all my motherfucking mistakes. And if you're learning from the mistakes that we have sitting here telling you we made, stolen dogs, dogs getting away, just dumb shit that we've done through our learning process, if we can cut y'all short of that, y'all be better than us. So don't get caught up in the hype. No, just get caught up in what you're doing and have the same love for the game as we do. Because that's what brings a fraternity. That's what brought the fraternity to where we could call it a network. And you've seen the network at its finest. Creating some of the greatest dogs that y'all still talking about to this day. Yeah. Proven fact. None of y'all can change. You ain't gotta like it, but you sure can talk about it, but you can't change shit. It is what it is. From the going hard point of view, that's all that matters. It ain't up for question. So what we're gonna tell you is what we've already done. And if that's enough to can make somebody better or make this game better, then that's why we're gonna keep sitting here doing what we do. So in the meantime, you understand where I'm coming from. You know my line. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Muscles, muscles, roses, roses. Yeah, come on, man. You know, man. Come on, fellas. I need the roses. I need the thumbs up. I need the muscles, man. I need this man here to stay enthused. And shout out to my man and say we can come to the AR, and I want to see a whole lot more than that because that is the key. There's a lot that can be said, and it ain't going to be said sitting in front of this camera. Because they didn't teach me in front of this damn camera. So imagine the things that you can learn if I'm not sitting in front of this camera. Huh? Oh, got my eye on you. And to all my followers who've been around from day one, y'all know what's up. Just need you to do better, do more, pass the word. Let's make it happen, Captain.
Right, I ain't bumping into none of y'all in the basement. A few, but not enough.
Not enough, not enough. So, with the roses and the muscles and the thumbs and everything, and even them donations and just to having to appreciate, you know, we appreciate even just the simple things as subscribing and the likes. Come on, man. That's not asking much. And we do not get out here and ask for donations to do shit. No. We look for the enthusiasm in the game. You guys, the chats, the video people to sit up and make these videos go over 1,000. I know it's not 1,000 people in this room. I know it ain't. But in 4 days, I know we get 1,000 on every one of our videos. When you got 1,000 people looking and you doing this twice a week, that's still 2,000 people a week at the least. That's a lot of damn people. And even if it's people just going back, re-watching them, still, to us, that means somebody trying to learn something. So no, our spirit don't get broke that easy.
Ain't breaking when we scratching.
No, we always gonna be scratching. Nah, we just trying to get more people to the scratch line. We gotta get you on the scratch line. All that damn, hiding this and hiding that and talking back and forth about what you got when you know reality states you ain't got shit. And be real about that shit. Who you fooling? That shit works nowadays, but it don't work back in my time period. And we didn't have the Facebooks and all that shit to show out here muscling across here. I mean, that shit don't be meaning shit. I want to see what it look like when that same dog you see doing that, standing there in the corner looking stupid. Yeah. The ones who know what it look like to have one stand there, they look stupid as hell, don't it? Because you're going to have to break out that same video of him jumping up on the road or slanging on a tire or some shit that ain't biting back. It's real, man. Don't get fooled up in that bullshit. The only place this shit matter, man, is in that box, baby. Don't even fool yourself. Hunter! Stop acting like you a hunter and you ain't. Hunter don't have to say shit, but see you on the other side. Y'all know what's up. So, yeah, appreciate you. Show the love. And got anything else to say, man? Because it's time to shut it down, man. Let me get you ready.
Yeah, fellas. I hope y'all was catching on to that shit. You know, sometimes you be hearing, I be thanking you guys to step out there and be stand on that serious note. You know, I seen some shit last week. I seen some guys step up and speak up. Man, all that knowledge Trim is talking, and this dumbass dude is sitting there talking about he looking like JJ on Good Times. Well, all that shit that dude was talking, guys, I'm gonna tell you something. I respect that, and I give you much praise because that's what the game needs. That's what I need. I need y'all help because you're right. You can tell what some of these people are coming in this room for. You know, you can tell. And you're right. But hey, let them. Don't worry about the next man. You be the man. Because you're catching on, you're listening. And if you don't know, guess what? You know how to get in touch with Twin. A lot of y'all do. Me, again, I'm going to always push. There's a lot of guys out here that's getting something for nothing. And you sit there and you all be here on every show. But that's why I don't mind. You know, next week I'm going to go back down to my list and I'm going to read my contribution list. And I'm going to read from the top to the bottom, and I'm going to keep on repeating the same old names because there's no new names coming up through there. Not that I see it. Every once in a while I see a sprinkle of maybe one or two. But there's backers out here that believe in this and is really putting their heart into it. Those guys, and then guess what? Every single one of them I know got bulldogs. Every single one of them I know got bulldogs that want to see something. And that's what I'm talking about. Those that got bulldogs, they're going to get out there and they're going to want to play and they're going to do anything competitive. And remember, it's a competitive thing. It's not a dog fighting thing. It's a competitive competition thing. And it doesn't necessarily have to be dog fighting. You don't hear me saying dog fighting, promoting dog fighting about nothing you guys out here to do. But one thing about it, if you got dogs out here and the guys that I've seen put forth the effort and put money into the thing to make that historical book of records come to the forefront, I'm telling you, 99% of those guys got dogs, real dogs, or dogs that they want to have, or things that they want to do. And they pay close attention, and they thank me by paying. They have it in their heart to say, man, I don't care if I give a $5. I'm giving it every damn show just because you giving out knowledge, man. And I just can't see myself sucking all this knowledge and not doing at least something for y'all. Now, I got a couple of them. That's why I'm going to continue reading that contribution list, because that's what those people are doing every time they do that and put into this. There's a lot of you guys that talk that game, but y'all haven't put up shit. And that's why when I put it out there on the air, those people who know what you've done, you need to be recognized and appreciated for it. Not by just me, but for the other people out there on the other side who's trying to get it for free. But most of the time, they'll be able to they're the ones that's going to take it and abuse it because they're not paying for it. So they can scrutinize and they can do all that thing. But one thing I learned about those people who pay, and they pay with due respect and honor to me, they trust in what I'm telling them. And they believe in what I'm telling them. And they take seriously what I'm telling them. And that's why they'll always be on my front line. Always come first before everybody else. Just understand that. Because they deserve that. And I salute you guys. And I thank you. But it's not for me. It's for the game. So with that note right there, man, thank y'all for coming. I hope there's a lot of things in there that we talked about. as far as reinventing the yard. Remember, I had to show you guys that, hey man, I'm not a Mayday man. Stop everybody always thinking it's about Brat. Brat was not the only one. She might have been an influential one because, you know, the way she came about. But remember, guys, I was ahead of the game. And I was only ahead of the game because of the dog man that I was around. It put me in a position that I was really ahead of the game. And a lot of things that happened changed the game. Yes, I am the first one that had a champion off of Mayday. Why? Because I was a part of a network that put me in a place that was a good position. There's a lot of things I was the first about doing, man, that back then it didn't mean the shit to me because I did not know. Now when I look back at it and I see the effect, because of all the stories, then man, why wouldn't I not want to give it to you guys, man? It's only right for me to do that. I mean, how can this game ever move forward if I don't spill out my story and get it to you guys while I got time? Stand behind it, man. We need this book of records to come up. And without you guys helping that situation and helping that cause, by staying off this show here and getting out there in the show that you need to be in, you know, that's the point. This show builds you to be in another show. But if you can't support this show, the show ain't gonna be able to support that show out there because that's where it counts. So I'm gonna thank you guys for coming tonight. Have a safe weekend. See y'all on Tuesday. You know what I mean? For all you newcomers, don't forget to hit the subscribe.
AK.
Don't forget to hit that like. Don't forget to leave your comments. Some of you like it, some of you won't. Some of you want changes, some of you want some help. Put out there in the comments, man. Tell me what you want me to do. Tell me, see if I can help you. I'll bring it to the air.
330, baby, 330.
Shout out to my hometown, Akron, Ohio.
Yes, sir. We repping tonight, baby.
I'm still just that kid.
Yes, sir. I'm just
that kid out of Akron, Ohio, fellas.
That's it, baby. No.
But greatness is bred.
Yeah.
But greatness is bred because this is where we keep it real at. So shout out to Akron, shout out to Cleveland, shout out to Columbus.
OH10, period. The Ohio State Buckeyes.
You know what I'm saying?
From the AK. Y'all know what's
the Natty.
Can. Youngstown. Warren.
I mean, come on, man. Shout out to all y'all. And for everybody on the outer skirts of that, man, everybody in the cities that I know. From, like I said, from Rochester to Buffalo, all the way over to Kalamazoo, Michigan. Everybody had a hand in this, man. I salute you. I thank you. You will always have my utmost respect, dead or alive. Those who are alive to understand that and know that, you are here to hear it. Those that didn't hear it, you know, I said in my prayers. So another thing I say in my prayers is all you guys stay safe. All you guys play the game the way I played it. Hopefully you'll be able to live it the way I live it, and one day you'll be sitting in this chair, telling your story.
Helping somebody.
Coming back out, helping somebody, and talking about them damn twins.
Do your part.
Yeah, do your part.
Until then, myself. Thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Roses, roses. And always remember, always,
scratch the wind.
Y'all know what's up.
Fuck the courtesy.
Fuck that courtesy scratch. Ain't nobody doing those courtesy scratches.
This is 2022.
Damn right. Get off that courtesy scratch.
Ain't no more 22.
Ain't no more. That's that weak ass shit. That's some weak shit they brought to the game. Hello.
That Nike shit out of Akron, y'all. Them exclusives right there.
That's exclusive right there. Y'all see that? Shit. Oh, hold on. Y'all see that? Yeah, hold on. Let me get in the camera. Y'all see that? Y'all see that sign right there, right? That's that just do it sign, you know. Nike, baby. Y'all see this one over here? LBJ, baby. You see that signature right there? Hold on. Let me get this right there. You go. Y'all see it. Yeah, y'all see it. Hold on.
It's in black. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Look, man, we represent hard, so y'all understand. You know, just ride with us.
This was designed out of my homeboy up in the Act Right.
Yeah, my boy Keith Davis, good looking out, baby.
Just looking at the kid.
Shout out to my boy KD. What's up, baby?
What's up, baby?
Thanks for the
you,
shirt,
man.
bro.
Yeah, thanks for the shirt. Been around in a while, but it's just that time to put our AK on the map. I don't want everybody to stop forgetting where we come from. You know what I'm saying? This is where we live, and this is where I come from. Keeping it real. Peace. Love y'all, fellas. That's that cool shit, you know what I'm saying? You know, we always got to do that cool shit, so we're gonna hit the parking lot here, right? That's that kind of shit you sip your drink with. Slide that little, you know what I mean, roll it up. I put a little honey on it tonight.
Yeah.
We're gonna put some honey on that shit tonight, make it a little sweet. Make it go down with my liquor a little better, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's that cool man shit, you know what I mean?
Peace out, fellas.
Peace. Shit and start over. I'm just worried about that 16%. That 16 or 19? 16% said, hell no, they gonna sell y'all curves. They gonna try to keep that shit on their yard. They ain't gonna waste their money. So you know we got 16% that we got to look out for out there, fellas. 84%, you got 16%. You better check to make sure you're getting them with the right people now. There's 16% of these people out here that's full of shit. Full of shit.
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
They don't care. They ain't willing to start over. They willing to take a car and breed you a good dog. And that's a lot. That's 100 some votes. That's 111 votes, guys.
Thanks for the votes, fellas.
Thanks for the votes.
Appreciate that. Give us an idea where you at. false pregnancy, bruh. They look like it, they go through the whole routine and it'll never happen.
It'll never happen. I had a couple of those, bro.
Hormones. Live life real, you got it. Hormone issues.
Fellas, let me know how I'm doing out there. Tell me if you can help me bring out more. Some I'm listening out there you want to talk about, send it in. Send the comments, fellas. Give me a read on myself. I want to read on myself. I want to know what y'all sucking in from me. It'd be appreciated. Continue doing that support. But help me help you guys. That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. Knucklehead. It's almost like they gonna go through a full pregnancy, bruh. But it will go away. But it's almost like you sitting and watch her go through a whole entire pregnancy. Sometimes you don't know, you don't be shocked. You wake up and find a puppy there. If it won't be but one. But just keep your eye on her. Live life real, man. I really appreciate you stepping up, helping that brother, man. We need a whole lot more of that going on. Thanks again, partner. Appreciation.
All right, fellas. All right, fellas. Finna shut it down. Finna shut it down. Really enjoyed the evening. Stayed up just a little bit later. Show went a little longer than expected, but we had a lot to get in. Hope everyone enjoyed it. For those who see this at a later date, don't forget to hit those subscribe buttons, hit those like buttons, and then put in some of your comments. Give us an idea of what you think. Again, all these things help us move along, help us prepare for the next show, because we want to make sure we're giving you what you want. Until then, Tuesday, don't forget, Talk Shit Tuesday. And we'll pick it up from there. Until then, y'all have a beautiful, enjoy your weekends, because I sure the hell am. And again, thanks for supporting the channel, man. But always remember, keep on scratching. Most important, scratch the win. For real. Peace. I'm out. Yeah.